Howdy, all you delicious people. I'm here today to review Morphin Power Rangers Season 3, Episodes 8 through 12. I realize here that I'm going to go on and, if you look at the episode titles, kind of give you a next time on Power Rangers kind of thing. Because we come to find out that Episode 12 is to be the Hate Monsters starting of story arc. And to me, I like that episode. But I was not going to sit through the rest of the story arc of that, because I feel that I've gotten a good enough number of episodes here. So I'm to go on and say, hey, I apologize if I'm leaving a story arc out, but without a doubt, I hope to cover the rest of the episodes in the following review. So I make my way into these episodes, and pretty much all of them here are straight up bangers. Good times, noodle salad. I go on and I say that there is some nitpicks and there's some goofy line deliveries and there is some performances that I did not like, but I always will also go on and just be like, man, what a nice change this is. What a nice change. Just some good story arc, or good storyline stuff going on here. Even though I feel that there were times where the writing or somebody somewhere was trying to sabotage this bullshit, and make me not want to go on and be happy about these. Yeah, I was to go on and have quite a bit of fun here. So let's go on, and if I've already built up to be positive, I'm going to bring up also the negatives right here. And just have some goofy fun with it all so I can make some yucks and some jokes. I think what I'm going to do here when I have certain issues with things, it's going to fall into certain episodes, and I'm going to just talk about the episode so I don't have to go on and re-explain the episode later on. I know that's going to really have this be to where the episodes are probably out of order when I talk about them here, but at some point also, I'm just going to have to just figure out a way to just manage talking about these things anyways. So, first off, my favorite episode out of all these is actually Wizard for a Day. We come to find that Rocky within this episode is swapping with Mr. Wilton. And man, does Rocky look great in a blazer, right? Thumbs up to that. As well as also, we come to find within this episode that I feel that Rocky is honestly getting replaced by Mr. Wilton. And then also Rocky is kind of not looking so good within this episode. He's forgetting these books. He's messing up these science experiments. And he's looking bad. Why do they have to make this character look bad? I'm so effing confused. Maybe for Rocky, there's some kind of comedy thing here, or something that he just likes working with, but it just makes him look bad. It does. Not only have I been a person that had not been won over by Rocky in the last season, but now we go on and again have to make Rocky look bad. Then we go on into this episode further. We come to find that Rito is replacing Lord Zed and Rita to need to make a monster and need to go through the normal day-to-day stuff that Zed and Rita would have to consistently go on and do, because they are to go on and realize, well, hey, Rito, how about you just kind of just take over? So Rito does, but he doesn't quite exactly know what is the best way to go about everything. So he just kind of just wildly guesses, and he's like, okay, let's try this. Let's do it. So what Rito goes on and does is he makes Mr. Wilton a monster, which I'm like, wow, that is actually a freaking cool idea. And I wish they would have gone on and done that a lot more within the show somewhere. That would be a lot better of an idea. Like, what if we were to go on and find out like how they did Golar's vice versa, where like Scorpina was to have gone on and been Adam's love interest. What if they kept going on and had that pattern of doing those kind of episodes? Where, or like even Catherine is to be also when she comes in to be the, so yeah, so I like that whole idea. Like, and Mr. Wilton going on and him becoming this monster in this episode. I'm like, this works out perfectly with the anger of this guy, with the fact that he's like breaking boards and breaking hearts, whatever. So I really like this episode, and eventually you'll see where it'll land on the like the top 10 of the episode / story arc things that I'll have a list going here. Next, we come to find that Rocky, it seems, is to go on and morph into Jason, bizarrely. And when we get into the episode of Fourth Down and Long, we have Rocky that if in the last episode, like, his performances were very natural. It was like, okay, like, all of the things that he was delivering were really good in the last episode. Now when we then come here, it seems that Rocky is a completely different guy. And I don't get why. Rocky is to go on and to be a foot away from a person, and he's shouting at them. Rocky is in the command center with Ninjor, and so Rocky turns. It's like, Ninjor, thank God you're here! Oh, my friends have been turned into footballs! It's like, Rocky, one, chill out, you're in the command center. Like, I get that you're probably not under this amount of stress very often because you're the Red Ranger, and that rarely seems to happen. A lot of things don't kind of fall down to you fairly often here, but yeah. Also, Ninjor is like right there to you. You really gonna go on and backhand him with your voice? Good grief. Also, like I'll cover the hate monster thing a little bit later, but this kind of just shows my point here. At one point in the hate monster episode, Adam and Rocky are almost face to face with one another, and Adam turns and he has some shade to give to Rocky, and then Rocky has the most vicious burn that Adam will never recover from. He will be a broken man for the rest of his days. For how Rocky is to then turn to Adam and say, yeah, you! And I am like, wow, Rocky. Slap Adam with your voice, why don't you? But then also, Adam will never go on and be the same after that horrible thing that you were just have said to him. Man. Wow. So, but let's backpedal here. So, we also get some things with Aisha here. Aisha and Fourth Down and Long. While Rocky is going on and he is thrashing through a number of Tengu warriors like he's the Terminator, Aisha goes on and she tells Rocky, yeah, Rocky, go, yeah, do it, yeah. As if, like, Aisha's gonna go on and take, like, a 15-minute break or like whip out the newspaper and read the Marmaduke. Aisha, why don't you go on and why don't you just run side to side with Rocky and face off against this monster together? Because if anything, in the A Brush with Destiny, Tommy just goes flying in while Billy's like, hey, let's work as a team. And then Tommy goes on and just goes flying through the monsters like, huh? And then all the other Rangers go on and do the same thing. And I was like, did you guys not learn anything? But yeah, Aisha just goes on to a 15-minute break. I'm like, what the are you doing? We also had certain points where just Aisha's just line delivery just sounds off. I don't know what it is. It just sounds very weird throughout these episodes. There's at one point where Aisha turns to Adam and she says something about let's head this creep off. And in my brain, like that just sounded like as if she was gonna give a handy to a monster, and that didn't make sense to me. So I had to go on and read the subtitles. I'm like, let's head this creep off. And I'm like, why would anybody go on and say that? Because feasibly, that just sounds just really wonky and really weird. As if, again, she's gonna go on and do a hand job to a monster. What the f is this line delivery? We also had Billy that at one point during the hate monster thing was going on and like stopping dead at his tracks and be like, well, yeah, I'm still upset that Aisha is not going on and getting into that club. That stuff just kind of comes out of nowhere, like as if like the writers have to remind people, like, hey, yeah, we're at a commercial break, so I have to remind people what's going on within the episode. That's what seems what happened here, and it just comes off as very weird. Of what's going on in the episode, as if maybe just somebody just dropped in on this specific episode during this time, and people have to be reminded, oh yeah, Aisha's going on. She's in the club. But anyways, so let's backpedal completely here. Let's cover the early episodes. So, and then also we'll cover for Fourth Down and Long a little bit better. I'll kind of go back into that. So, first off, we have A Brush with Destiny. A Brush with Destiny has Kimberly's being a focus character. Shocker, right? But if anything, we have to realize that there is a reason for this episode to be done, because it's going to be a countdown of how long we're really going to have Kimberly in this episode, in this show for, which freaking sucks. No matter how I'm to go on and say, but jokingly, that Kimberly ends up getting replaced by a cat, which is funny, and that's the reason why I said it. Like there are times where there is some good focused Kimberly stuff, as well as also her talking about Mama and a number of other things. It's freaking annoying. But anyways, A Brush with Destiny gives us Kimberly, who is to come to find out that her mother is to end up with a artiste who is from France. Kimberly will come to find that she has a problem of if she's going to go with France with her mother and leave the Power Rangers. It's if this is the peace conference all over goddamn again. So Kimberly is losing sleep. She's having nightmares. She's going on and just dreaming away this artismal monster that, wow, what an amazing idea of the villains for them to go on and find a way to retract Kimberly's nightmare and make it a reality. We come to find that Artismo goes on and sucks the color out of all the Rangers to leave only one pink left on the board. Kimberly needs to go on and take on this Artismo and face her greatest nightmare and Really, also, I thought it was very interesting to see that the Rangers had their color sucked out of them the way they did. Because I'm like, wouldn't it be cool if they did have a gray Ranger? But then when looking at this, I'm like, man, maybe that's a bad color choice. I'm not really sure. Because I had an idea about a gray Power Ranger. But honestly, when looking at this, I might be second guessing that decision. Maybe I'll go with the more mirror color Ranger, or maybe light blue, whatever. Eventually, whatever kind of fits the story in my mind better. But anyways, so A Brush with Destiny has Kimberly face off against the Artismal, and it ends up coming off as a very interesting episode. Passing the Lantern goes on and actually has some good comedy coming from Bulk and Skull about that whole 90s gab, or that whole 90s joke. But then also, Adam comes to find that he has an heirloom from his family of this lantern. Adam needs to figure out what the heck this lantern is to have this phrase that says that could give him some power. And so now it ends up becoming this weird power struggle of Zed and Rita thinking that this lantern does have some kind of weird power to it, and that they need to obtain this for themselves. But here is also the problem with this episode. They give Adam this fortune cookie riddle to solve, which he never does. And really also, Zed and Rita never go on and take the right lantern for themselves anyways. So, just really, this feels ever so similar to the Zack episode where he is to be like 16 candles upset about his birthday, and then he goes on and he faces off against the Nasty Knight. It's fairly similar to that, but I do like, though, the stuff that they were doing with both Adam and Billy here, how Billy goes on and guides Adam to KO, and like once they also do that in the Ninjetti stuff, both Adam and Billy are working together. I'm like, wow, this is actually some really good story cohesion going on here. I really like this. So this is wonderful. I'm liking this shit. Fan freaking tastic. So Wizard for a Day have gone on to explain that. Fourth down and long. We come to find that Zed and Rita are seemingly having some football flavor in their lives, where they're tossing this football back and forth, while Finster is to go on and have this magic centipede. Magic centipede and football combine here to eventually make this football monster. Come to find out in this episode, we have a science lab. Alan is going on and doing this science experiment that goes haywire. And come to find out, as Rocky is to take a specific interest in Alan, wanting to figure out how he is having trouble with his grades, we'll come to find out because Adam is having problems being able to read things. And we'll find out that he has dyslexia. This episode was amazing because maybe this episode was to go on and help a number of people if they were to have problems reading things and things come backwards or whatever. Maybe an episode like this helped a number of people out to just be like, oh no, yeah, tell everybody that you're having these problems so they can solve it and they could help you, and you can go on and be able to do better in school and whatever, and maybe you can read text better. I don't know. But I wanted to like this episode so badly, but it comes so much down to Alan and Rocky's performances, which are just to be like, God dang it. Like, if you guys sold this better, I would have liked this episode a lot more. But what were these performances? I don't know what was going on here. I just throw my hands up and I'm just like I wanted to like this episode. I really did. But that's just not how things came out in the wash. Stop the Hate Monster. We come to find out that Stop the Hate Monster focuses on Aisha. Yeah. So Aisha goes on to find out that her and Kimberly are trying to sign up for this club. And come to find out, Kimberly gets in the club, Aisha doesn't. Kimberly goes on and tries to figure out why Aisha didn't get into the club, but Kimberly could. Come to find out, there is some financial status that people need to be in to get into this club. And so Aisha in this episode is to be treated so effing poorly. And that what is to go on and feasibly give her the immunity of what is to really be the hate monster. And I'm all for that. But then also, we come to find that Kimberly has a heart-to-heart, literally and figuratively, with her grandmama. And honestly, a lot of people could write this off as like, hey man, this feels like filler to me. But I felt like it was good filler. I think that it was like, this is so wholesome and nice and delicious, and I'm devouring all of this in enjoyment. I really did go on and like the grandmama and Aisha bit of this episode, where I was like, what's wrong, Aisha? Feeling down? Like, I was waiting for there to go on and have this really feel like some kind of weird commercial. Like they were going to advertise something. Why not try our new product, Morphin Grid? Take it 2 times a day and you'll go out of your way to the feeling that you have the power. Let the power protect you and all. I'm just randomly just flying this crap out of my brain. So we come to find with the master plan that ends up leading to a story arc. I'm not quite sure how this is all going to pan out. Where Zed comes up with the hate monster, and the hate monster is to eventually turn all the Rangers not only against one another, but also to, when Zordon comes a-calling, that they're like, Zordon, no, we don't give a crap about what you want anymore. Like, we're quitting. And in all honesty, an idea like that, I wouldn't mind a whole season of it. Let alone a story arc. So, with the way that all the Rangers were acting here, I'm like, I want this. I want this. I loved the episodes where one Ranger would just turn evil. Now we have the whole group that is to go on and just be like, yeah, this Zord thing, yeah, I'm not feeling it. I'm just gonna jump back out and like, I'm not gonna go into the Megazord today. No, like, that takes a lot of work. Don't you know how all our brains have to just be synced together in order to do this one cool ultra mega move? Because that's what it seems that a lot of people think is really how Megazords work, bizarrely. Like, as if this is Pacific Rim. But if you guys don't know Pacific Rim, then you won't understand that music. Anyways, so let's make sure he's dead. Pow. Anyways, Pacific Rim is basically Power Rangers. It legitimately is. So, yeah, I liked all these episodes, so hopefully you will like them too. They're available on Tubi. It seems that Stop the Hate Monster Part 2 is bizarrely not on Tubi because evidently Tubi can't count. They don't know about numbers, But regardless, I will be able to go on and find part 2, hopefully on YouTube, if I am to go on and realize that that part 2 is going to be missing, or maybe when I go back to this, I'll go on and I'll realize that I need to go to YouTube for part dose of this thing, and hopefully I won't make that mistake in the future. Yeah, I enjoy these. I really did. I had some goofy, fun crap with them. Let me know in the comments below how you are liking season 3 so far. If you like any of these episodes, or if you hate all of them, maybe you don't like season 3. It seems that people are interested in not only Mighty Morphin, but also specifically Mighty Morphin season 3, which is weird. So that's nice, but also that kind of makes me worried eventually down the road when I'm going on into other seasons. Like, if anybody only just cares about Mighty Morphin, is anybody going to care about Zeo or Turbo or In Space or any other ones? Because I'm getting a little concerned. It seems that people really actually seem to like Deca Ranger, and that's the Super Sentai. And yeah, like, I wouldn't have any problems with going on and doing Decorate, but like, I want to go on and I want to finish all of the pilot seasons of Super Sentai. Like, I don't want to just go on and have like a favorite of it yet. I want to go on and I want to taste it all. I want to go on and so eventually at one point I will hopefully continue to just keep siphoning through these Sentai pilots and eventually getting to some really more interesting ones. I think I'll have to go on and very much probably just try to save the Mega Force version of theirs to the very last, because feasibly I'm just like, okay, like, I think I need to know every Super Sentai season before I get to that one. Also, I think I may go on and look at the latest Super Sentai pilot also. And I don't know what that story is about. I don't know if it's like, because I know it's connected to a lot of things, and I'm kind of worried about if I should watch that one or not. But like, a lot of people were talking about it. There are good things said by it, so I'm kind of fascinated to see that one, the latest one. Plus, also realizing that if that season is to have led to Super Sentai needing to rebrand, I'm like, well, was it that bad or was it good? Like, I'm so confused. Like, if they were to leave off at a high note, then like, what was going so wrong in that season? I'm so confused. But anyways, I think it's about that time to go in to the normal song and dance, because I think it's about that time yet again to, of course, say that it is roughly that time, because it is spoiler time. Spoiler time is about that time again to spoil this episode. Let me know in the comments below if... Oh, also, we got to do the top 10. The ones that I liked of episodes the most, as if you are to be kind of pondering that decision of which ones that I did like. So, in the order of which that I liked most, Wizard for a Day, which is the Rocky teacher swapping episode. A Brush with Destiny, the Kimberly painting episode. Yeah, really enjoyed that. Passing the Lantern, the Atom Heirloom Lantern episode, which I honestly am kind of back and forthing this exact decision to have this so high here. Because feasibly I'm going on and I'm looking at all this other stuff and I'm like, you know what? Couldn't this stuff have been better? Like, I just digress here. I am to just try to really kind of ponder this decision. But then we go on after the Passing the Lantern. We get A Friend in Need, which is to be the Masked Rider. Idenoi Alpha 5 is to have gone on to realize that Edenoid is in some kind of threat crisis because Alpha was born there, made there, whatever. And so the Rangers take a good old downtown Milky Way trip to Edenoi, all while Kimberly is stuck feeling ill and sick. and needs to face off against a monster all alone. There's no one there beside her. Troubles are all gone. Anyways, so then we get to Stop the Hate Monster, which this will have to tie into the whole story arc. So if what happens after this last episode that I reviewed here, if eventually the rest of the three-parter freaking tanks, then eventually where this will lend to be on the list will probably definitively change and adjust, because maybe it'll go on and be like, oh my god, the rest of the episodes were just amazing and blew my mind and what. So having this here is just kind of a question mark of like, okay, how is this really going to go? So far, it is where it is. Then we get forward down along the football episode with all the Rangers turning into footballs, because we have them turning into pinball freaking things before. Now we have footballs. Man, we just have the pattern of Rangers are turning into crap. Adam, when he turns into his football, weirdly, like, his football goes on and it's black and it's gold. That doesn't make sense to his color scheme whatsoever. You could probably have gone on and stated maybe they thought about doing Tommy's football and they thought about doing it just black and gold and then decided, like, I don't think that was a good idea. So maybe they just decided to change it to white. And then Adam's football, they just decided, oh, we'll just make that one to be Adam's then. Like, maybe that was the idea that they went with there. I don't quite get it. Either way, that also was a problem that just stuck out to me. Then we have Ninja Quest, the thing that is basically just the movie with Ninja in it. And there's no Ivan Ooze. Well, there's a ripoff Ivan Ooze. So yeah, like, the only reason why this is really here is because, like, well, it's Ninja Quest, and also it's interesting enough. I feel that there are things that need to go into these lists because it represents the season. But then again, if it's really not good enough of my mustard to give a about, then at some point it will be replaced. White Light was really just like, really, do I still need this to be on here? And I had to kind of convince myself to just kind of stick it on there. But then there was also some amazing episodes that I'm like, yeah, these episodes are going to be great. They're going to definitely still be on here. And they were kind of bigger showcases of the season. Anyways, so now that I've gotten that out of the way, now it's finally time to break out all of these episodes. I'll get my cast list. What I want this to be a thing to rattle all these things off. The rationale for me going on and probably pausing this right here and right now is because it'll take forever for me to roll down to where these exact episodes actually do start. So with that said, I'm going to pause here just to do that so I can go on. Oh, I got to it anyways while I was talking to you. What a multitasker I stupidly am. So with that said, let's go on into A Brush with Destiny. Spoilers, everybody. Spoilers. So first off, we go into the youth center, or the juice bar. It's kind of weird to see the youth center of the juice bar, because it seemed like they were trying to avoid it for so long. They would give us so many park things to start out the episodes, or they would have like the juice bar like outside, and so it just felt like for the longest time they were trying to avoid doing the juice bar. But it is kind of nice to have not only the juice bar, but then also Ernie to be brought back, and we kind of see him in the background, where he has these kind of one-line things here and there. So it is kind of nice to see that. just to like bring this back. So A Brush with Destiny starts with both Tommy and Aisha, who makes their way to Kim, and Kim is to be very distracted. Aisha and Tommy say, "Hey Kim, hi Kim, hey there," and then Kim's like, "Oh, yeah," and like, "What's wrong?" Like, "You seem very unlike yourself, Kim." So Kim goes on and says, "Hey, I have some good news and I have some bad news." And Aisha's like, "Well, hey, I like the good news first." Kim goes on to state that her mother is getting engaged to be married to a French artiste. Wow, wonderful, great. Like, Kimberly's mother has moved on, and also, like, at least like it's a family thing where Kimberly doesn't go on and have to bring up the divorce. Instead, it's much more of now a positive thing going on in her family of like, oh yeah, like my mom has kind of met this guy and things working out. Good, something good going on in Kimberly's family. Good for her. So Aisha and Kim are happy for her, but then also, uh, yeah, they're saying how like yeah that this French guy like we don't really know much about him, but he looks really nice and he's good looking. So Kim says, "Yeah, I like him a lot." It's like, good, fan freaking tastic, Kimberly. So, and then here's where the tone tends to turn. Kimberly has to tell her friends that it seems that her mother's French lover is to, of course, be a person living in Paris, and that soon she will need to be moving there. Tommy's looking, oh, I thought me and you could have had something together. Instead of that just one kiss that happened, and then we've completely forgotten after that anything ever. And then also in the Best Men for the Job episode, Aisha just says that Kimberly and him are just friends, and I'm like, dude, didn't they lock lips? Didn't they do some lock lipping? Motherfucker. God dang it. So, and you would think that, like, Tommy would really be broken up about this, but, like, it just kind of seems like he just is like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, let's go on. And then, just, like, there's no, like, wouldn't it be interesting if, like, Tommy really could be having troubles, like, fighting because he too is just, like, thinking about Kimberly. And it's like, we had before where Tommy was going on and, like, he had that episode where he wanted to ask out Kimberly to like a date or a dancer or something like that, and he was just so distracted. Where is that Tommy now? Yeah, where is that Tommy dialogue now? Um, it just seems like he is gone. It seems like he has already just kind of moved on, and like that just seems very weird. Uh, you would think that like also Kimberly would be calling Tommy and talking this out, but Kimberly goes on and she's talking to Aisha about this. So, like, what the fuck? Like, god dang it. It just, does Tommy just not give a shit anymore? I'm just so, like, what's going on? So, anyways, back to what's going on here. I'm sorry if I got in such a tangent, but just it just where is the writing here? So Kimberly goes on and possibly tells Aisha and Tommy that she may be leaving for Paris for good. And so the next thing we see is now Kimberly back at her home. It's a good thing that that episode where Kimberly is sick, we'd gone on to then keep this background of this home to be reused again for episodes later. I'm also wondering if this is the same room that Trini also used when Squat had come into her home. I'm kind of curious to go on and recheck out that episode to see if this room is identical or same to Trini's. I'm curious to see if that's true. But I'm just I'm wondering if they kind of recycle these things. So Kimberly calls Aisha saying that she can't leave, she doesn't want to quit. And Aisha's like, well, hey, let's meet at the park tomorrow and we'll talk this thing out. Like, don't make any rash decisions yet. Don't just don't think that you're gonna be quitting to be Power Ranger. If anything, like, let's talk this through. Like, when they do get to the park, the Rangers are even going on to like say it's like, well, like maybe we should even go on and ask Zordon about this. Like, bring Zordon in and have him weigh in on all this. And then eventually they just kind of skirted away. I'm like, well, that is good that they bring it up, but also they just kind of just skirted away. Like, you would have think that Kimberly should have gone on and been like, well, maybe this is a good time to go to the command center because maybe we'll talk to Zordon and see, because Zordon is their mentor. How often do they like not go to Zordon as much as they normally do now? Man, before they used to go to Zordon for every goddamn thing. Now, it's like, shouldn't we go to Zordon for this? No. Like, I'm sure Zordon doesn't give an F. I'm sure Zordon already knows this is going on, so why even bother? No, go to Zordon. It's okay. Freaking eventually, Kimberly does go to Zordon, and then like Zordon tells Kimberly exactly what she needs to hear. So yeah, they should have went to Zordon a lot earlier, in my opinion. Anyways, so Kimberly goes on and gets a little sleepy by. She goes and a little nap, a little sleep. So Kimberly goes on and has this dream that is to be quite bizarre. Kimberly goes on and finds the artisanal monster, and we have the artisanal monster going like, you're going to love Paris, Kimberly. I'm not going. And then all of a sudden, we have Kimberly thrusted into looking at this cage, and Kimberly's morph self is waving, goodbye, Kimberly. You're going to get replaced by a cat someday. No, not a cat. Not a cat. So, as Kimberly is to be thrusting the cage of trying to get to her morph self, the monster is like, oh, not so fast, little croissant. So, we then transition here to the Moon Palace. We have to question whether these people of monsters are to sleep or not, and I guess that is a good old, big old fat no. We also had a point where Zed would have his 1,000-year sleep thing, but then also there were times where Zed would sleep like a normal person. So, like, which is it? Do they sleep? Yeah. Questions this day I have. Because it seems like this show is all over the goddamn place. They're not consistent. So, Finster is to present both Zed and Rita with a gift of some kind. I don't know why exactly Finster has to come up with a gift. Like, is it... Well, yeah. Like, I guess it's their anniversary already from their wedding. It's to be the reason for gift. And in all honesty, they've been doing this whole wedding gift thing for a very long time now. And then on top of that, it's already their anniversary of their wedding? So soon? Like, Wow, man, does the time pass. So Vincent goes on to explain that this device that he's giving both Zed and Rita is a device that enables you to watch the dreams of Earth creatures. And they would go on to find that Kimberly's having one right now. So they're watching her dream through this device, and they realize that she's having a nightmare. And so the idea with this device is to take it and need to be physically close to said person to distract their nightmares from them. And so eventually Tengus will go on and face off against the Power Rangers. And while that's going on, they will grab Kimberly specifically to distract or detract while by using this device, this monster away from Kimberly's uh, mind, and be able to then turn it around and make it a seemingly legitimate thing. I don't know why they have to go through all of that legwork just to be able to do that. Like, but you would think that Finster could have made this same monster out of clay, put it in a Monstermatic, and called it a day. But I guess maybe it wouldn't have turned out to be the exact same monster. Or I guess any spell or anything Zed or Rita could have done, yeah, would not have worked. So they needed a specific device for this. I don't know. We'd also come to find uh, that in the Return of the Green Ranger, like a wizard goes on and defeats Tommy so easily and just takes away his power. Why don't Rita and Zed just come to Earth, because they should be as powerful as that other wizard guy, and be able to just rip the Power Rangers' power away from them? Because they should be pretty powerful, right? I don't know. I guess that's just food for thought here. But Zed and Rita would go on and do quite a bit of damage to Rangers, but like not so easily just strip them apart. Like Rita would go on and kill one of the Rangers. Zed would go on and face off with them in battle during Cosmic Fury uh, later down the roads. And yeah, so anyways, pushing on here. So plus stuff that I have to go on and figure out and remember and what have you. Uh, moving on here. So now we're at the park where Kimberly makes her way to meet up with her friends to discuss this. And again, uh, they go on and they do talk about going to Zordon, and Billy kind of just skirts it away of like, well, Zordon probably already knows this. So Kimberly says that she hasn't been sleeping. Oh, poor Kimberly. I'm not saying that sarcastically. I'm just like, yeah, it sucks that like I don't think I really slept that well. So it's like I don't even remember how much real sleep I really had today. Like, did I have like 5 hours, 6 hours? I don't know. Did I sleep good? I don't know. I can't really tell. So they also go on, they ask, it's like, well, hey, have you talked to your mother about this? And Kimberly's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, my mother is so happy right now. I don't want to go on and I don't want to confront her with this and ruin anything. And it's like, yeah, like that makes so much sense. Like, finally, some dialogue that actually is to be reasonable here. What a change of pace! They thought of everything. So Rita's watching all this through her telescopy, her revoltoscope, part due, because the first one is a completely different one. So Vincent goes on and it's to show off the device about turning the dreams into reality device thing. And so they decide that they want both Rito and Tengas to make their way out on the field to have the Rangers turn into their ninjetti powers and go on to retract the monster from Kimberly's mind. So the following thing we then see is the Tengu Warriors. Ka! Ka! Luckily, this bird crap and the sounds of animals haven't quite yet irked the shit out of me. I'm surprised. Maybe I just like the caca of birds. Maybe it's good for me. Weirdly, bizarrely, I loved the sound of the putties more. The yeah, that thing, like I could hear that like forever. If all in my brain was just like I would just be like, yeah, this is like, because whenever I am to go on and think of a lackey for the villains of Power Rangers, is always in my brain. It's always gonna be that. Maybe the caca is a little bit annoying, but always yeah. Anyway, so Kimberly turns to her Rangers like, oh, going from one nightmare to the other. So the Rangers all decide to do their weird, goofy. What like is this? Is what do they do? This thing. This the weird ninja jetty sign thing? What is this from? Is this from like something? Is this just some weird concoctional thing that they came up with in the show? Like whatever they're doing, this weird finger thing that they're doing. Like I want to say it's like this. Like they're doing maybe like the John Cena. Is it like this or is it like this? Someone will have to just help me realize what that is. So the Rangers turn into their ninjetti forms. Billy starts taking out some tangas, and then Kimberly goes on and follows up. We have to realize that Kimberly is not in a good condition to fight right now. It's really interesting for Kimberly here. So I think we almost at some points really do forget when Tommy morphed during their turn of the Green Ranger how good he felt. Whereas now we again still have to go on and figure out, like, case by case basis, if Rangers don't sleep, if they get sick, like, how does that affect them while they're morphing? And, like, that still is honestly very fascinating within the show. And to see that Kimberly has a probably severe lack of sleep here, like, is she going to be able to be functional, to be flipping and kicking around and trying to face off against these Tengu warriors? Which she won't, because it will grab her and they'll carry her off because she'll get outnumbered. So Aisha goes on and starts kicking and flipping, and we have Rocky that just loves to just jump on Tangas and just do things with them. Like, Rocky likes to go on and jump on Tengus while they're flying. He likes to just jump on the Tengu warriors and starts pulling out all their feathers. Like, I guess that's probably the style of the monkey or the ape. So that probably does make a lot of sense. Like, you would go on and you would find like certain monkeys who just kind of jump on people and then they pull out their hair, or like they take a little bit of like and do that. Like, and I think that like echoes with like an ape or whatever. So like if that, I think it's kind of working with Rocky's like spirit animal to do stuff like that, so that it actually is a pretty good idea. So here's where we see Kimberly getting grabbed and carried off here, while Tommy is to be just grabbed double armed And be like, Kimberly, no, there's nothing I can do. Kimberly, no, no. No, no, Kimberly. Here's where we should go on and have Tommy just being like, no, there's nothing I can do, and Tim is gonna go to Paris. And like, just here's where Tommy should, like, let's give us some emotion here. Let's give us some realization that, like, Kimberly feels that he is to fail Kimberly as a boyfriend. We could go into that. God dang it. Some good writing here that's just left on the table. So here's where Fencer and Rito arrive. So Rito gets right into Kimberly's face, like, oh, sorry, darling. So they take off her communicator. And I'm like, okay, like this is actually a good idea. So we also had the one point where Kimberly has her communicator in her bag, and I was getting flashbacks from Tommy. Oh no, my communicator, it's in my bag. Cause yeah, Tommy has his communicator in his bag, and he doesn't need the communicator go off at all. But Kimberly goes on, and she has her communicator in her bag, and she hears it, she grabs it, and she answers the call for Alpha and Zordon. What a difference the characters make. But that doesn't happen quite so here. But I'm just saying, the whole communicator thing with Kimberly, I'm just trying to bring everything up here. So back to what's going on here. Kimberly drops her communicator on the ground. She has to go on and eventually find it later and retrace her steps, with her honestly being not quite that so coherent. This is rather interesting, but then also, like, we obviously have to have Kimberly find it, but like, it is interesting to see this play out with a not quite coherent Kimberly needing to find this thing. So Rito turns to Finster to get the extractor out, and so they're looking back into Kimberly's mind of this artisanal, and so once they get it, both Finster and Rito disappear, and all the Tengu warriors fly away afterwards. As we see both Rocky and Tommy facing off against them, and then they fly away. Tommy is going to look at all the guys, like, well, yeah, I guess they chickened out. And yeah, they really did. No, it was all just a plan to just get you guys distracted. Like, why not just wait till Kimberly was alone? But I guess there wasn't that opportunity. So the Rangers find Kimberly by the tree, and so they ask her, like, hey, what happened? Like, what did they do? And Kimberly's like, well, yeah, I don't even remember how I got free from the Tengas. So, yeah, Kimberly's having some brain problems. She's having brain farts because, yeah, when you have a real lack of sleep, I had gone on to be able to figure out some way to not sleep for 3 days, and I was starting to fall asleep everywhere, and I mean everywhere. So, yeah, I can understand for, like, Kimberly how there could be some severe brain fog. Yeah, also I like would have some horrible time just sleeping to a point of like being able to only be sleeping like 3 hours a night or 5 hours a night, and it got to a point where I was just like, I like don't know if I could do this anymore. So yeah, I wasn't sleep. So yeah, like I completely get where Kimberly's at, where her head's at, where like a severe lack of sleep can do a lot of damage here. But anyways, boo-hoo for my own life, right? Violins and what have you. Because a lot of people have to go on and do a lot more physically demanding things, blah blah blah, and then they also have to turn around and only sleep like X number of hours or whatever, and people have to film shows for 16 hours a day and blah blah blah. Yeah, whatever. So I'm trying to like I'm trying to say that everybody has a very much walks of life, and for me, boo-hooing about the times of life where I slept for only a certain number of hours, it doesn't like is that really gonna is that really gonna hurt me now? Anyways, so now we go on to Bulk and Skull. Here's where this just comes out of nowhere. We come to find out that both Bulk and Skull were to have been on guard of these paintings, and they would go on to seemingly fall asleep. They would wake up and realize that one of the paintings is now gone. And so they're assuming that a burglar must have come through, and so they realize that they have to go on and figure out what happened, and that they're on the case of the ugly mole picture disappearing. Interestingly enough, we'll eventually find that the French artiste who had gone on to paint this thing had gone on to make adjustments upon it, or need to have gone on and done something with the painting. And so eventually he will go on to bring it back, and that's why it's gone. But anyways, pushing on here. We make our way to Angel Grove High. We have both Bulk and Skull, who's just grabbing a rando guy, and like Skull has this guy in like a lock, almost like a half, like a one arm half Nelson kind of thing going on here. And they're grabbing this guy. It's like, hey, you're gonna tell me? Are you gonna tell me? You're gonna confess? Whoever this guy is, they just grab somebody randomly, and then they're just starting to grab his arm and like, hey, you're gonna tell me? You're gonna confess? So Billy looks at Bulk and Skull like, what are you doing? And so they release this guy, and both Adam and Billy are both there talking to Bulk and Skull. It's like, well, hey, why did you guys just grab that guy and was questioning him? And Skull goes on and immediately confesses about why they're going on and doing so, because Bulk wants to keep it top secret, and Skull just like, well, yeah, like we found out one of these paintings are missing, and we're looking for it. And Bulk is like, well, hey, if anybody asks, you didn't hear that from us. So Bulk is very upset that Skull just openly just says all this, but like that's just classic Skull for you. That that Skull like goes on and always just blabs it out, and also like that's the comedy of it all. That's the funny aspect of this, is that Skull just goes on and just blabbers out the truth. So, which is a good thing about him, but also a bad thing about him, because feasibly there are times where Skull should probably keep something secret, because that'll probably hurt him, but he doesn't. Anyways, so Zeta, Adam and Billy are to probably have a question of whether or not that Zed and Rita may have something to do with the connection to that painting. And so the rest of the Rangers meet up together, and their communicator goes off. They make their way into one of the classrooms. You know what? It is cool when the Rangers take the time to go into a much more private area and do something as simple as like talking on their communicator. Because so often would I go on into this season and just see them just willy-nilly morphing out in the public, and I'm like, you guys didn't look at all. you guys didn't go on and just take a double take before morphing or before getting into your ninjetti powers. And how is it that your secret has not been blown yet? Like, if really that's what you are trying to do. Uh, because feasibly, I have the whole problem with the whole secret identity thing. I honestly wish that Power Rangers would not have this secret identity thing, because the only time that it really has a real legitimate problem is when really it's like for family members or it's for dates, and that's about it. And then you get the whole like superhero thing where like, is Clark Kent going to end up with Lois Lane? But any other time, like, it doesn't matter, because the villains know who the Power Rangers are. So if they want to go on and they want to kidnap, like, say their grandmama, like, the villains know who the Rangers are, and so they know that they could, like, oh, I'll just kidnap their cousin or their grandmama or whoever, because I know who they are. Like, the villain side of things, like, the villains know who they are. So like, for the Power Rangers side of things, it doesn't make sense for them to really have this secret, I feel, ultimately, but some people may find that to be different. I liked in other seasons when they were out about it and everybody knew who they were. Um, I like that a lot better, because really, when the Power Rangers were going on and needing to do something throughout the entire town, and they would make their way into these, but like, everybody knew ultimately who they all were, instead of the Rangers needing to trick their way into things, because they have secret identities, or going on and needing to morph just to go on and be able, like, well, hey, yeah, we need to get here, like, we are the Power Rangers, and then the police or whoever be like, oh, okay, yeah, like, yeah, go on and just let them do what they need to do, because we believe, yeah, they are the Power Rangers. Even that, uh, like, why hasn't there been like a task force or anything for the Power Rangers? Kind of like how, in other things like Batman, there is to be always like a task force to hunt Batman down because he's a vigilante and whatever. They did have Rita as a warning, as a warrant on her arrest. Anyways, so Zordon calls the Rangers and tells them to make their way to the command center, as Kimberly is to be not with them. All the Rangers teleport to the command center, and Kimberly realizes that she cannot find her friends. Immediately, she goes on and looks at the communicator, assuming that there might have been a crisis that had let them disappear to. And she looks down at her wrist to realize that her communicator is gone, so she needs to find that first. Kimberly goes on and realizes that she needs to retrace her steps to try and find it, to not panic. So not only has Kimberly had some rough goes lately, she's also lost her communicator of all things. Now we make our way to the command center. Uh, Zordon ends up alerting the Rangers to the viewing globe to turn to the Artismal, to the evil Artismal. Uh, Explain to the Rangers that Artismal goes on and is to drain the colors of living things, uh, taking their life force along with it. Life force. That's a cool idea. That uh, is to be a lot better than saying, like, oh, just killing somebody or taking their life. No, life force. So like, it drains like people's just energy and whatever. So yeah, like, life force. Yeah. So with the Rangers, I guess it just really just drains them of their powers. So really for the Rangers, like, it is kind of interesting to see when they do get drained and how they're calling out for Zordon and how they're all gray. And anyways, so the Rangers talk about Kimberly and how she is to not be here with them, and Zordon states that they're in search for her now, and eventually they will contact her and let her know what's going on. So, hey, you guys need to act on this now. Go ahead and morph. The Rangers go on a morph and they head out to the battlefield. It is quite kind of interesting how in later episodes there is a monster that goes on and calls the Rangers like the Rainbow Warriors, which in all honesty, you would think that in this spot now, we'd have all these like color puns and we'd have this monster calling them Rainbow Warriors, but I guess they saved it for episodes later. So Artismo goes on and says to the Rangers how beautiful the colors are, and so uh, Tommy goes on and does his like, we're gonna hang you on the wall. Uh, and they do like fade to black puns, like a lot of color kind of things here. Also, there's a movie called Fade to Black where a guy cosplays as a number of different supposed movie characters, and there's some weird, goofy stuff there, but also it's kind of an interesting film. Uh, so the Artismo goes on and starts using its brush and starting to attack the Rangers and attacking them with color, which is just visually interesting here. Here's where we go on to have Tommy that acts first and goes flying into the air. Billy thrusts his fists in the air, demanding that Tommy should work with the team. But Tommy goes flying through Artismo, and Tommy's still going to realize, oh, I did nothing. So, shortly thereafter, both Aisha and Adam follow him to realize that their attacks also have no effect. Tommy's to turn to both Aisha and Adam and like, yeah, you found out the same thing I did too, that like there was no effect on this guy. So here is also the weird things about this episode. We come to find that consistently we would have like how we see here, Adam, Tommy, and Aisha are in one kind of separate bit of frame here, and all the other Rangers are on another separate location of frame. Then all of a sudden we cut and they're all back together again, which I'm like, wait a minute. You just messed up. Rangers were on different parts of the field here, but it seems that they even go on further and they keep doing that within the episodes, but then they even go on to do at a point where the Ninjetti, where Rocky is just Ninjetti by himself, and then all of a sudden, like, there's like this dog pile of Tengus that end up getting flying away. Then all of a sudden, all of the Ninjetti Rangers are together, and that was just like, now you're just messing with me. You're really going on, and you're just like, you're just seeing how lazy, honestly, your camera footage really is. That you can't just go on and take seconds out of your just to have people just reappear in the same field of battle in a in a better way instead of just doing this weird camera trickery crap. Like, come on, show. So, because I want to be so positive about this, but I'm just finding these things that bug me. It's feasible things. It's logic things. So now we get to the point of Rangers in danger, and the Rangers all now back together call upon Ninjor. They summon Ninjor from on high. Ninja busts out from his cloud to make his way to then Artismol to try and attack him. And funny thing with Ninja here, Ninja goes on and takes his blade and starts whacking at this monster like, like, this is not really working the way I thought it would. And so Ninja is just so lost for words here. And then the Artismo goes on and sucks all the color from them. And the Rangers start dropping like flies. Tommy goes on, whips out his communicator, and calls for Zordon's help, realizing that they need Kimberly. Alpha realizes that things are in terrible condition here, but there's nothing that they can do, considering they cannot find Kimberly. They can't get to her. Zordon tells Alpha 5 to widen the distance of Kimberly's communicator signal, hoping that that will work. Kimberly now at the park, trying to find her communicator, trying to retrace her steps, makes her way back to the tree that she had been thrusted into by the Tengu warriors. Kimberly goes on to find her watch, places it upon her wrist, and is to eventually realize that she is in need and her friends were in great danger, and that she needs to teleport to the command center immediately. So Kimberly does. Honestly, you would think that the Rangers that have been avoided of their color, shouldn't they then go on and they themselves teleport to the command center? Or maybe because of their color stripped from them, they cannot go on and do so. But still, you would think that that would probably be up to Alpha 5 and Zordon, right? It's just my question here. So, Kimberly makes her way to the command center. It's like, that's the monster from my dream! So, they had come to the conclusion that there is a possibility that they thought that the monster was stolen from a painting, but no, what really did happen is that Finster had retracted this monster from Kimberly's mind. So Zordon goes on to explain that Kimberly had this monster retracted from her subconscious, and also when you actually look at the background here with Kimberly and Alpha 5, you can see that like Zordon's like tube is just like a painting. And then when you get close up from Zordon, it looks just different. I think it does. So, but I get it. You can't exactly like show Zordon in the background, but like it just looks weird. Like it's two different sets or something. It just doesn't quite look right. So, and it's also kind of like the interesting aspect of like the magic of it all, of how they did this. So Zordon starts talking about Kimberly's anxieties and the fact that there's a possibility that Kimberly could be moving away. Kimberly says that she, at this point, is to be really afraid of leaving the Power Rangers in Angel Grove. And Zordon tells her, it's like, well, hey, you must need to trust your mother. We all tend to fear the unknown. Your mother has your best interests at heart. And Kimberly's like, well, yeah, my mom wouldn't have anything bad happen to me. And so Kimberly's like, well, yeah, thanks, Zordon. Thanks for the pep talk. So and that's when like Zora like or Alpha 5 is like, yeah, I love these tender moments. Like uh, Alpha always goes on and like gushes about like the like as if she's like Alpha is always gonna go on and be the character that is like watching like her soap operas and she's like eating or Alpha's like eating popcorn. It's like, oh yeah. Tommy and Kim, I hope they end up together. Anyways, so Zordon, after having this heart to heart with Kimberly, Kimberly's at a good space right now where like Zordon can trust that Kimberly is ready to face off against this monster and be able to take it on. So Kimberly goes on and Morse goes onto the field. So as Kimberly tries to go on and make her way to this monster, the monster goes on and uses its brush to try and attack Kimberly with his colors. Kimberly runs ever so much so closer and closer to Artismol, and Kimberly doesn't like Artismol's style. The Rangers are consistently giving Kimberly tips, warning her about the brush, as well as also Rocky is eventually going to tell Kimberly about where to use her blade blaster to strike at the biggest meat of the character, which is to be the stomach, of course. So Artismo goes on and takes his brush and is to be thrusting it into Kimberly's chest as she is now to be on the ground. And Tommy ends up telling her, "Your friends will always be with you." I'm like, "Oh, Tommy." But then again, I'm like, "I'll always love you," and that's what he should have said. Why not just say that? That would have been nice. So as this brushes to whoever gets so close to Kimberly, Kimberly figures out a way to put her hands up to where this brush ends up getting away. Kimberly goes on and is to kick and take down Artismol, and then gets her blade blaster out. Starts firing away at Artismol, and that here's where Rocky goes on and tells her about the stomach. I was thinking, I'm like, don't tell me that Kimberly is gonna go on and just blade blast this monster and then wipe him out. Because if she seriously goes on and does that, I will just be so annoyed by this. Plus, also, I'm like, that is the stupidest thing. Like, I would go on to, I think, see at some points where they would just whip out their blade blasters, blast the monster away, and take him out. I'm like, what? Really? Blade blaster this time? Like, I could be more convinced if like one ranger just has like the mega cannon or mega blaster or whatever thing that they just have just rather than just some blade blaster thing and just takes it out, or even the bows, the weapons. I could buy into that. Anyways, so Artismo goes on after getting blasted in the chest and says that this will not be the last of him. And all of a sudden, shortly thereafter, the colors all regain back to the Rangers. I guess because feasibly, this show would probably not want to go on and do these special effects to filter these colors for so long, because I'm sure it'd probably take a lot of money to be able to do so. As well as also now all the Rangers are to be back in action, so eventually they can get into Megazords, and it would make the most sense to kind of to finish up our episode here. So all the Rangers are so happy that Kimberly was able to figure out a way to beat the monster. Kimberly goes on and turns to the team. It's like, well, yeah, better late than never, right? Yeah, like if hey, it's good that Kimberly ended up getting back into action here. Rita is, of course, upset, needing to realize that it's about that time for both Zeddy and Rita here to combine their staffs to make their monster grow. So Artismo does go on and grow here, which forced the Rangers to call up for their ninja Zords. God, I am honestly like still I'm just so smitten by these ninja swords. I shouldn't be, but then bizarrely I just am. I don't know why. Uh Maybe just to be so happy that we've gotten to this point. I'm just so glad that we've gotten this far in this show. And it continues to be a thing that I keep going back to, and I'm just so happy that I'm here. And I don't know. Anyways, so going on into now the ninjetti parts of this. So we have that Ninjor is to switch to what I guess refer to like a samurai mode, but he is to call it like a battle mode. So I think for this, like I would just still call this character Ninjor. I'm not going to say Ninjor battle mode, but I'm just going to just say here that this is going to look like a very different looking Ninjor, but I'm not going to say battle mode Ninjor. F that nonsense. Up until this point of now. So Ninjor does his disc attack weapon, whatever that goofy thing is that he goes on and he does this like weird like Hadouken thing that he does with his chest, where he chucks this this weird hockey puck of a disc attack out, and then we get the the Falcon. I can't do a I can't do a good Falcon squawk. Whatever the F that is. I think if I go on and I do that, it'll much more sound like the Dumb and Dumber, like, hey, you want to hear the most annoying sound of the world? Like, I feel that that'll be the Falcon thing. I'm trying to think of the perfect tone. Anyways, I'm sure that's getting really annoying very quickly. So the Falcon combines with the Ninja Megazord to then do the double fist of doom with the wolf and the ape fisting the Artismal to death. And that's what is to go on and destroy our monster this day. Honestly, I would much more like if, considering they focused on a certain character, that like I would honestly like it if maybe like Kimberly does like the call of like, yeah, wipe this monster out. Like, I get it that they're always just like cut for time, and also they're fairly lazy at this at some points. But like, especially when it comes down to some of the Megazord stuff, there really could have been a time where characters could have been a little bit written better here, so they could just have their final blows and their what and there were times where I think Trini like chimes in and brings in her strategy, or other Rangers the same. And the later stuff is to be very much lost here of that going on and really having to be a thing, which is really sad because the Megazord parts like really have no care about them, besides eventually when they are to get destroyed, and that just sucks. That really does. And I'm still ticked off about the White Tiger Zord getting destroyed the way he does. It's true. It's a good-looking Zord to me. But I think the Ninjetti Megazord is actually pretty sweet, right? I hate the Ninjetti Megazord. That sucks. Boo! Boo earns! Anyways. Zed and Rita, like always, they're just boo-hooing, crying, playing out their violins, realizing that, of course, they could not have beaten the meddlesome teenagers this day. And we even have Rita that calls Zed Radiator Face, which is freaking awesome. They're bickering back and forth. It's kind of funny how, in all honesty, they're taking the blame for this, but it is actually really just really Finster's fault, Finster came up with the gift. Finster came up with the plan. Shouldn't that have honestly been Finster's problem? If anything, when eventually both Rita and Zed later on go to then blame Finster in a later episode, I'm like, well, that isn't really deserved. But here it honestly is to have actually been deserved to blame Finster because he came up with the gift and the plan. So we transition here back with Bulk and Skull in the youth center. The French artiste who is to be Kimberly's hopeful future French stepdaddy is to have gone and returned the painting to the youth center. And Bulk and Skull are to assume that this guy had done this illegally, but the French artist is to go on and say, no, this was my painting. I just had to fix it, and I was going to bring it back. And yeah, his frame of this painting was loose, so that's why he went on to fix it. So they end up giving him a warning this time. But we'll be back. So here's something really good. Kimberly goes on and she starts walking on, and we're like, okay, what is Kimberly going to do here? Kimberly meets with her mother and her future probably stepdaddy and goes on and really just confesses how she feels and is to talk things over with her mother. And I loved this. I was like, yeah, Kimberly, like if this really has been bothering you, get it off your chest. Great, vent it out to your folks. So come to find out, like Kimberly's like, well, hey, I don't want to ruin anything, but also I've just been really worried about this. And her mother is trying to convince her. It's like, well, yeah, everything is going to be okay as long as you're honest with me. And all of a sudden, Aisha and her parents come in. Her parents that I guess are not financially good enough to get into a club, right? That nonsense. So, but if anything, they can basically, in some ways, adopt Kimberly, strangely enough. I guess they're financially good at that, right? You club. You Veronica. What is this? Frickin' Archie? You. So, Aisha and the Campbells come in, and Aisha tells Kimberly that she has spoken with her family, and they're willing to let Kimberly stay with them until the school year is up, which is like, wow, that's really nice. So, the Campbells are willing to let Kimberly stay with them until the school year is over, and then Kimberly will go on and make her way to France. And so Kimberly and her mother is to go on and ask the Campbells, like, well, are you sure about it? Like, are you okay with? And the Campbells are like, yeah, like Aisha and Kimberly, they're the best of friends, so it makes all the sense for us to just take Kimberly in. We love her anyways, so we'll treat her as if she's our own. Even though really, yeah, we're just gonna be like, you know, so, like, yeah, like Kimberly's great. Yeah, of course. Like, so Kimberly turns to her mother. It's like, well, yeah, I'm going to finish up the school year. Like, this is going to be great. And then I'll go to France afterwards. And my mom's like, yeah, I agree to that. That's fine. So, and then also the stepdad is like, well, yeah, like, as soon as you are to be done with school, when you come to us to France, like, our house will be your home. Yeah, like, we'll welcome you in. And I'm like, ah. Yeah, like all this is, yeah, it's good times. So Uh, Kimberly and Aisha hug it out. Credits roll, and here's where we get the Lieutenant Stone Vulcan Skull bit of dialogue that we never got in the episode, which I guess might have been a blooper reel or something. But either way, I guess this was just some goofy thing that was edited for time that, yeah, like was, I guess, to be a bit of lost footage here. I'm so freaking confused why this was left out of the episode. Whatever. Like, they could have gone on and they could have done any number of other things to have used here, but whatever. So, here's where we go on and get the passing of the lantern episode. So Aisha is talking to Billy here in the youth center, and come to find out, Adam had just come from a family reunion. Cool. And so Billy is saying that Adam had gotten some touch with his roots. Sure. So we'll find out that those roots end up touching him with a lantern. So Adam goes on and makes his way into the youth center with a lantern. Why is this lantern not black? I ask you. I get that technically the monster is red, but still, like, you would think Adam, considering Black Ranger, Black Lantern. Well, Black Lantern really is also to deal with death in the Green Lantern world of things, so maybe that's not exactly the best color. Red isn't any better because it's rage, so yeah. Either way, I guess Adam just doesn't win out here. Maybe he should have gotten green. Green is willpower, and eventually he gets green, so that would have made a lot more sense. Whatever. The Dire Ranger, of which that eventually Adam gets the Thunder Zord from, that's green instead of black. A little fortune cookie knowledge here. So Billy and Aisha look at Adam with this lantern now. It's like, hey, where'd you get that lantern? Like, was it a good deal at a swap meet? Did you go to a Goodwill? Thrift store? Anyways. Adam goes on and discusses that he had gotten this lantern from his family, who has been keeping it for years. And so the secret is out. They have a lantern. Billy says that having this lantern must be some kind of honor, passing down from generation to generation. A lantern, Adam says that a lantern keeper is to be chosen for each generation, which that's honestly pretty fascinating. So it's kind of like it's kind of interesting how, like, there are probably some real interesting traditions that goes on to just be passed down, and you get certain things, and yeah. Moving on. So Adam says that it's a great responsibility. Are you going to start Peter Parkering me right now? With great lantern power comes great responsibility. So Adam realizes that there is a bit of writing upon this lantern, and he can't quite figure out what exactly it means. I guess they weirdly assume that it's to be of some kind of dead language of some kind, but it's not. We really have to go on and just realize that, like, yeah, like, these characters do not go on and probably to have been able to read other languages, so they're just going to go to KO to have him just go on and read it for them, so that way they can go on and get this passage. Maybe it's from, like, a certain language of which that is kind of so old that at some point, like, people can't read it anymore. That's what I was trying to say here, really. That's what I meant by dead language. So I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just saying, like, maybe this certain kind of scripture here is lesser known to people. Kind of like cavemen and how they scribed on caves. Like a lot of people don't know what the hieroglyphs are or what they mean exactly. They just look really cool. So Aisha is asking Adam if there's a possibility that anyone in his family had told him what this was, and he has no idea. Both Bulk and Skull come in, realize that Adam has this lantern, grabs it from him, and are to almost at one point drop the lantern, giving it back to him. Bulk also tries to read the passage and is to say that maybe you should not go on and read something like this without it being in English, and then he tosses it back as a joke. So again, some decent amount of comedy here. He says, "Do not try and read something unless it's in English." I just basically said the same thing. So, Skull goes on and smacks Bulk, and Bulk has the lantern go flying. Rocky grabs it, and it's like, man, that was close. So you would think right after that happened, Adam would just be like, hey, I'm going to keep this locked up in a safe somewhere. Like, I definitely want to go on and make sure that nothing happens to this. I care about, this has been in my family for a long time. So now we have Rita and Zed. They're at the Moon Palace. Because of course they are, because they always are. So Rita turns to hope that Babu and Squad are going to be the ones obtaining this lantern from Adam here, because that's the whole goal, to take this lantern. And it seems that Rito also wants to get involved, and so he will. Billy and Adam make their way to seemingly a translator of sorts that Billy is to have made good friends with, a guy named KO. And Billy has had a long history with this guy since he was the age of 10. So both Billy and Adam make their way to KO, and immediately he goes on and has so many lanterns surrounding around him. And that'll go on and eventually have both Babu and Squad kind of confused about which lantern it is that Adam actually had when they're trying to obtain his specific lantern. But it seems that the one that they do take looks very similar to Adam's, but not exactly. Because eventually both Bulk and Skull will go on to find Adam's lantern and return it to him. Because eventually Adam will fill out a report to both Bulk and Skull saying that now his lantern is now stolen. And Bulk and Skull make the joke about like, well, hey, how about you go into the 90s? Have you ever heard of flashlight? Come into the 90s, Adam. So KO goes on and is to try to figure out the passage, stating that the passage is to explain courage. The dragon you fear is only a potent as your imagination. And Adam's like, what the does that mean? What does that mean, KO? Also, what does KO stand for? Knockout? What does it stand for? So KO goes on and tells Adam, it's like, well, the meaning here of this message is all to be put into interpretation. So really, it's whatever this message really means to you is really what you get out of it. And eventually Billy will go on and tell Adam, yeah, there's sometimes when I'm to go on and talk to KO, and eventually what he translates doesn't make sense. So yeah, like we just kind of have to take with what we can get from this. So Tommy, Aisha, and Rocky, the reason why they're not with Adam and uh with Billy is because we continue on the story again. Wow, things continue. There are episodes before where Tommy had given Kimberly a cactus to be a part of her garden, and now Kimberly has moved in with the Campbells, and the Campbells are willing to have Kimberly have a garden there at their house. So now Tommy, Aisha, and Rocky are trying to figure out somewhere within this area that they're in, this park or this location, if there's either a way for them to go on and get either some plants or to just come up with ideas of what to get Kimberly for her new garden. Either way, that's what they're doing within this garden area. Rocky, Aisha, and Tommy bump into Bulk and Skull, and the reason why Bulk and Skull are there is because they're assigned a patrol into that area. Adam and Billy re-meet up with the rest of the Rangers here, and Adam goes on to let the other Rangers know about the passage and him having troubles trying to decipher it and figure out what it really means. KO goes on to hand Adam and Billy this lantern, which was his, and says, the lamp may light the path, but the soul must light the way." KO says these are wise words, but only just words. And so again, this fortune cookie knowledge is like, so KO is again stressing to Adam. It's like, well, hey, yeah, all these words are interpretation. You got to understand what it means to you. So if you believe, then it is so. Have patience. You know what to do. Ancient words do not always reveal themselves right away. Uh, so KO then finally leaves, and so Billy and Adam are to. Here's where Billy goes on and tells Adam about the whole like, yeah, like this guy's device is always just kind of mysterious, so you just gotta take with what you can get. So the Rangers all meet up and face off against Tengus as both Billy and Adam spot the Rangers getting surrounded. The Rangers all thrust in their ninjetti gear as Babu, Squat, and Rito are to arrive also. Billy goes flying into the air here, and there's actually a pretty good bit of fighting going on here because simply Adam and Billy are working really well together here. There's a spot where Billy goes on and has like Adam leap off of him, and they do this like double like jump over one another. I'm sure what is to really happen here is I'm sure both of the Rangers had like a trampoline, and like one Ranger jumped really high, and then the other Ranger jumped right after them. And so that's why like Billy gets a really good amount of air here compared to like Adam. So Adam and Billy are taking out Tengus, while Baboon Squad are trying to find what lantern Adam had. So Baboon Squad decide to just take all of the lanterns so that way they won't get into trouble. But also, Rita and Zed get really upset because there's too many of them, and they're at some point just gonna have to get rid of them. And considering Babu and Squat don't know what lantern it is, Rita has to go on and figure out how she is to figure out which one it is and just randomly picks because she is supposed to have this ability that she could tell which one it is. So back with now stunt doubles. Here's the thing. So Ninjetti. Some people are to go on and not quite understand like why when you look at the movie and then you look at the show and the Ninjetti costumes are two different things. Like if anything in the movie you can see the Ranger's face more, whereas in the show you can see them less. Think it through. In the movie, a lot of times, yeah, the Rangers are fighting and you can see their faces, but then also there are times when you can see right front and center. You can see in one scene where Billy, his stunt double, is in front of the camera and he has this line delivery. So that I think is really why they go on and they do the Ninjetti stuff like this. I don't really think that the Rangers are actually in their Ninjetti costumes whatsoever. I could be wrong about that. I would love to be wrong about that. But I think it's all just stunt double work when they get in the Ninjetti stuff. So, like, maybe there could be some close scene stuff where maybe that is different, but like, I'm just thinking that it's probably just doubles. So yeah, so but that said, yeah, like there's a reason why they have the masks so covered up like the way they do, just because of stunt double work. But also, I had watched recently Beauty Baba Yaga's video talking about a certain Ninjetti costume, and I again I just think that it's just the stunt double thing. Um, I don't want to think anything more than that. Like I don't really want to think that through. Like this show doesn't really think through. I don't think things through. So regardless, I don't want to offend anybody or bring any of that crap up. Like I'm just to go on and just be like, like yeah, these Ninjetti costumes, man. Like a lot of people were to also honestly hope that when they were to get to the Ninjetti costumes, that maybe there would have gone on and had instead of Tommy be the White Ranger, that maybe he would have gotten back to being the Green Ranger, and he could have had the Green Ranger Ninjetti costume. I would have been fine with that. I wouldn't have cared. But also, it probably would have been hard to exactly figure out what animal possibly that Tommy would have been that could have been um, feasible enough to fit a Green Ranger thing that well. But then also, you have to realize that Tommy's thing would have had to have needed to match up with the Ninja Sentai thing. So yeah, so it kind of you end up getting stuck with the Falcon Zord just because of the Sentai being what it's connected to. So we could have had feasibly also if this show would have been a lot more original, we could have had a chance to bring back uh, the Green Ranger as Tommy, but it is what it is. So, oh, here's where Rocky does jump on the Tengus and pulls out the feathers. So that didn't happen quite onto that other episode, but it happens now. Aisha goes on and she does this kind of jump onto this tree, and she like flips. She does basically what Tommy did a number of episodes before. I think he definitely did that when he was in the Green Ranger, and also Tommy did that during the film, during the movie, where he goes on and he does this like this good run, and then he flips. I think at one point, I think one of the Rangers were to go on and say that Tommy attempted that and then he freaking ate it. Uh, I think during the movie, I'm not quite sure. You would have to find that video somewhere. And I don't know which one it actually is. But I think, yeah, they did say that during the movie, Tommy tried to do this kind of just this run and flipping thing, and it didn't work. I don't know. So let's move on here. Rita, Babu, and Squat get all the lanterns, and then they disappear. The Rangers are all to think that they had run the monsters off, but then eventually, when they power down here, Adam will come to find that his lantern is now gone, and he is very distraught. Adam is to realize that he promised his family that he wouldn't have anything happen to this lantern, and now it's missing. Aisha tells Adam that this lantern disappearing is not his fault, and then eventually, when there is a lantern monster going on here, Adam is to realize that this could be his lantern and he doesn't want it destroyed, but really also, like, he has to go on and realize that the lantern isn't as important as his friends and saving the world. And that's a sacrifice that he could have had to have made. So next up, we do get to see Bulk and Skull arrive. Adam fills out the report to both Bulk and Skull. Bulk tells Adam about the whole, can I make a suggestion? Adam, come to the 90s. Have you heard of flashlight? Forget the lantern. Yeah, I love that joke. It was actually a pretty good landing joke. So Rito, Babu, and Squad can't figure out what exactly lantern it is. Off to the side here. So while that's going on, Rito goes on and takes one of the lanterns and just chucks it away. Bulk and Skull grab the lantern and realize that this is the exact lantern that Adam had, because they had seen it before. But then also, both Bulk and Skull notice that the monsters were all there, and they start freaking out. Bulk and Skull here's something really funny here. They grab their manual. Bulk ends up telling Skull, like, well, hey, what's in the manual for monsters? And Bulk is hoping that Skull is going to act quick before they beam them somewhere, or before they do something to them, or they attack them. So they're hoping that Skull is going to act quick, but there's nothing in the manual for monsters. So the monsters eventually go on and they disappear, and Bulk and Skull scream, and the next thing we see is the Rangers at the command center, and they're talking about Adam's lantern, and they're curious about what Zed could possibly want with Adam's lantern. They do go on and realize that Adam's lantern supposedly does have magical powers or some kind of special ability that eventually Adam needed to have gone on and unlocked, but sadly could not have figured it out in time. the questioning is if Zed and Rita are going to go on and use this against them, and Zordon agrees that there's a possibility that that could be true. That there's a way that they may be able to harness the lantern's energy, and there's no telling what could come from this. Now back at the Moon Palace, we have Zed, Rita, they're going through all these lanterns. Here's where Rita comes to just try to figure out which lantern it is. She grabs one, is like, yeah, this has to be it. Just do this one. Just make this one to a monster. So they go on and do so. Bulk and Skull, with Adam's lantern in hand, make their way through the park, as Skull is to go on and be reading into the manual, as Skull is to state how cops should go on and always be alert and should always look from side to side and in front and behind them. While that is going on, there seems to be a monster coming from behind, which is, of course, always just kind of just funny to see this kind of play out here. So, and here's the problem of which that I have. Crap. Let me pause here for a second. If I can do it. Yeah, I had the problem within my notes that I didn't have the monster's name there. I'm like, yeah, I have no idea what this monster's name was. Lantera. My bad. So, Lantera is to seemingly be from behind Bulk and Skull. And the further and further that Bulk and Skull tend to turn from side to side, everywhere they go, Lantera turns the opposite. Then finally, to where both Bulk and Skull look from behind them to see this big monster there, and both Bulk and Skull drop the lantern and run off. Adam and Aisha are trying to look for the possible lantern to see that maybe somebody dropped it, or to have hope that they can find it somewhere. Because at least Adam is trying and he feels responsible. Because Adam assumes that Rita is going to use the lantern's power for evil. They come to find, as both Bulk and Skull are screaming into the park, letting both Adam and Aisha know that there is a monster within the park as they run off, that they should probably act upon this. Adam goes on and he calls his communicator. I'm like, God, yeah, like, Adam is really good here. Like, there's a lot of good stuff happening with Adam within this episode, as well as also, it really is nice that it seems that Adam is taking the lead here, when so often I would go on to see Adam just such in the background, as well as a number of characters, and it's kind of nice to see this change of pace happen with these characters. For how they were just so left in the shadows so often. So Adam calls for Tommy, and Tommy answers. Adam is to call upon Tommy, asking if, since they're at the command center, if they're noticing anything unusual to maybe check out the viewing globe. And so the Rangers do. They find Lantera into the viewing globe, and Alpha is to go on and alert Adam that Lantera's monsters be on the loose. Tommy alerts Adam that they're on their way to intercept this monster, and they call out for Morphin time. As well as so does Aisha and Adam, after Aisha goes on and says, let's head this creep off. But the way she says it just sounds weird. So Aisha and Adam get onto the field to face off against Lantera. Lantera gives them a good old on guard, and the rest of the Rangers make their way also. Anna's hoping that there is maybe a way to stop this lantern from doing what it's doing, maybe to reason with it, even though evidently Anna may have not even to have gone on and probably to have seen Terminator. He can't be reasoned with. He can't be bargained with, and he actually will, and he honestly will not stop. Yeah, you guys remember that good old quote from Terminators that they kept on saying in every single iteration of film, or they reminded you of that quote when it always seemed to be the perfect time to do so, uh, and also try to adjust the quote from time to time. So Rita and Zed are going on to look upon the repelloscope, and they realize that the Rangers may go on and have problems facing off against Lantera because they don't want to destroy this lantern, and that this could be done for the Rangers. It also is kind of cool how this Lantera does have this actual like lantern on him. Kind of interesting here. So Lantera goes on to take all the Rangers out here with a blast, and the Rangers are considering even falling back and regrouping. Adam again goes back to it's the soul that lights the way, and that the power is inside of him, not that lantern. So Adam, in a way of which that is to try to figure out the riddle, but then again, uh, it's not quite clear because really the whole lantern thing, it's like, well, you'll never figure it out, or it has to just be your own interpretation. So yeah, I guess Adam just has to believe in himself and not give a about the lantern. So for them to go on and destroy the lantern, I guess it's just like, well, like it doesn't really matter anyways because the power is inside of whoever was to have gotten the lantern all along. So but I guess this also could explain why Adam has those weird giant fists the way he does when he attacks the lantern when he takes it on. So Lantera starts attacking some of the Rangers, and we have sparks flying as a number of the Power Rangers' chests light up. We have a face-off between both Adam and Lantern, and here is where Adam has those huge, massive fists that he goes on and attacks Lantera with. Adam goes on and overpowers Lantera to then force both Rita and Zed to combine their staffs in order to make their monster grow. We go on to have our Rangers that call for the Ninja Megazords, and we have Ninjor that appears to face off against Lantera. Man, we really have to go on and not write Ninjor all that well into these episodes because feasibly we just go on to just have Ninjor disappear whenever. They don't really bother that well to really just like I guess Ninjor is so much involved in the Sentai footage, but I guess here he's not really involved, right? So anyways, pushing on. Which I guess it's also interesting how like Ninjor is now like the sixth member of this team. Or the seventh member of this team now. Which that's kind of interesting. Yeah. So now there's a seventh so like I guess that's probably why like convincingly like Dino Charge has so many freaking Rangers is because like looking at like just feasibly like just MMPR and realizing like, well, hey, they had like 7 Rangers, so why can't we have way more than that? Ninja goes into his battle mode because he's angry, and that always seems to be the crux of it all. Because Ninjor is furious. Tommy is to call for the Falcon Zord to power up and eventually have the Falcon Zord combine with the Ninja Megazord. Tommy calls his shot. He puts his finger in the air. He says, I'm coming after you. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. So, as Lantera is to be flying into the air, after both Ninjor and Ninja Megazord take him out, we then go on to be back. I have no idea what the final attack was. I didn't see what exactly that was. Let me know in the comments below what the final strike was, because I didn't really see that part. We make our way back to the youth center. Kimberly is talking to both Rocky and Adam. So yeah, I guess I fludged up the whole problem. Like I thought within the episode, Adam never quite figured it out. But I get, yeah, he did figure out that the power is like within him all along. I guess that is really the solving of the riddle. But yeah, I was so like, did he ever really figure it out in this show? I guess he really just did. Anyways, so Kimberly and Rocky tell Adam how hard it must have been for him to have destroyed that lantern. And Adam's like, well, hey, that lantern is just a symbol. And yeah, it was a symbol of my family's strength and wisdom. But hey, like, if anything, like, if you really think about it, like an heirloom is passed down from person to person to person, kind of like when children are to be born and they're carrying like their family's name, and so like really like a person could be just as valuable as an heirloom. So feasibly, like Adam is still carrying around their heirloom within him without him realizing it. So it's kind of like a metaphor of a family and the history of his family to be carried on through him. Uh, so it's kind of a weird kind of metaphor of that in some ways. So but Adam realizes that like considering everybody is safe out of this and that the monster is destroyed, yeah, again, another good old reason for them to have gone on and done what they did. The rest of the Rangers make their way into the youth center, and so does Bulk and Skull. Bulk and Skull hands Adam his lantern back, and Adam asks Bulk and Skull where they found it, and Bulk and Skull tells them the story about facing off against the monsters to get the lanterns back. And the more and more that Bulk and Skull start to shuck and jive here, and even like they're grabbing onto one another, Ernie is to go on and tell them that he had just mopped the floor and that the floor is really wet. Bulk and Skull continue to chuck and jive anyways, and eventually that leads them to fall over. Again, giving us comedy by the end of the episode and rolling us into credits, where we have like a scene of Bulk and Skull. Going into the next episode, Wizard for a Day, one of my favorite ones. Yay. So, the beginning of this, we're back at the youth center. Man, all these episodes are in the youth center. it's nice. It's a good change of pace from the parks and whatever. And it just kind of reminds me of just simpler times, I guess, in the show. So Adam, Billy, and Tommy are getting wood boards together uh, to hope that Billy is going to be able to break them. And they're hoping, like, well, yeah, like you've really been doing well on your training, Billy. Like, hopefully you'll go on and you'll break this board. And so we have Rocky, who has a shit ton of books here, and he thrusts them upon this table. The Rangers are very confused why Rocky has so many books, and Rocky goes on to explain that all these books have all come from his teacher, eventually explaining that he is going to be trading places with his teacher, and they go on to eventually ask him, it's like, well, hey, which teacher are you replacing? And he explains that it's Mr. Wilton. Wilton, it seems, is to be a teacher who is to be very brutal and hard to deal with, and he's strict, because of course. So Rocky should be, if not worried, he should be like shitting bricks. Because, yeah, like, Mr. Wilton will go on and be breaking boards and bricks if Rocky does not go on and do well at being a teacher. So Mr. Wilton makes his way to the youth center, and this is a big dude. This guy is not to be effed with. So, just big, muscular, massive dude. Mr. Wilton goes on to tell Rocky that this will be an interesting experiment. And Wilton is to find it fascinating that he will be able to have to fit into modern day teenager lifestyles and see if it works for him or if he cannot quite connect. So Rocky goes on to explain, like, yeah, Mr. Wilton had gone on to be willing to hand over all of his books to me, so to help out with his classes. And Mr. Wilton goes on to say to Rocky how discipline is key, and for teachers to go on and maintain order. Maybe not law and order, dung dung, but order nonetheless. That students won't respect you unless you're tough. Hang in, tough. And that's when Mr. Wilson goes on and freaking chops the wood, and Adam, Billy, and Tommy are impressed by Mr. Wilton. Mr. Wilton will go on and follow up in the later part of the episode and do the exact same thing. And be like, wow, he continues to just break wood. Breaking wood. So Mr. Wilton is hoping that the students will be able to teach him a thing or two, as I'm sure for Rocky, the students will be doing the same for him. And all the guys are trying to be so nice to Mr. Wilton, like, hey, nice eye. So Rita is to have gone on and realized that Rocky is switching places with his teacher, and this could be an opportunity to really F with Rocky in a way. So but if anything, also with Rocky switching places with his teacher, there could be an opportunity for Rita to try the same with Rita and Lord Zed and Rita, to just try to change things up to see if Rita can go on, Rito can hold on to the reins of trying to make a monster, to call the shots, to Because at one point, Rito did go on, when he first initially came there, he did go on and defeat the Rangers and have them lose their Zords and their powers. So Rita and Zed are hoping that if they maybe give Rito this second chance here, that he will go on and turn around and regain the same amount of success that he had in his first ever outing. So Rito is questioning, like, wait a minute, so what does it exactly mean? And Rito is to realize that Rito will become temporarily the leader, as everyone else will be his sidekicks. And Zed is quite curious to see what Rito is going to eventually pull out of all this. And he also, Zed himself, just wants to take a vacation and take a break from all this. For how often he has gone on to face off against the Rangers and lose most of the time, except for that whole Rito thing. That's a little bit different. So it is quite funny how Rito, when trying to figure out what exactly normally both Rita and Zed normally do day to day, and he's asking them, and they're like, "We're not going to tell you. Like, we're on vacation." And so Rito is trying to piecemeal and figure things out. But also Rito is to say that he's going to be the Rangers' worst nightmare. Dude, after a certain time, you just became like a foot soldier, sadly. You just became like the equivalent of Goldar, basically. Yeah, it kind of like. And then if any, like, Goldar from time to time even was to go on and be much more of a intimidating threat from time to, like, Rito, it seems after his first outing, like, you almost kind of like forget he's there. It's almost like Scorpina, except for Rito is showing a lot more than Scorpina is. Uh, but yeah, but also Rito and Goldar become this dynamic duo, and they eventually have both Goldar and Rito kind of lose their memory, and they end up with Bulk and Skull, and they try to continue the comedy with that. Yeah, they try that for a good long while, and like that honestly seemed like there's the dumb aspect to the show, but like they're trying to give characters just something to do on the show that was different than before. Anyways, I just all right. So I think honestly, since we're kind of like maybe halfway here, I'm hoping. I see this, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Uh, I'm hoping for probably just 4 hours, maybe. Well, I don't know. Like I like to say less than that, but we'll see how this goes. I was also trying to figure out for this scene, like how this all breaks down, because like I know that it's the parking thing, but I'm like, okay, what happens here between Bulk and Skull? So Bulk and Skull are going. Bulk and Skull are at a parking lot, and they're giving a bunch of people tickets. There is actually an end credit scene that like extends this whole thing, where somebody goes and starts parking, and they give him this ticket, and the guy gets out of the vehicle, and he's this big, massive dude. And they're like, "Oh yeah, you can park here all you like. If anything, we'll give you a permanent parking." And like that's the gag that they kind of give you at the end credits. I guess this was an extended thing that they just kind of cut out, and then they just had it at the end credits, just like, let's chuck this here. I don't think they like. I think they are doing something interesting with these little blooper things, or these like these added scenes or whatever. At least I guess it kind of leaves something more interesting to the end credits than just kind of just the credit roll, and it's kind of boring. Like, at least it even makes it interesting to check out the credits of these episodes instead of just fast forwarding to see the next episode and just kind of skip it. Because that's what I tended to do in a lot of the earlier episodes of Power Rangers. I would just go on and I would skip. I think I would listen to sometimes the theme song, but then I would skip that. Like, I would use the theme song part to just kind of prepare myself and prep myself, and to just kind of take breaks from the show a little bit, to just kind of give myself a little bit of time to like process what I just watched, and then get into the second episode. I'm like, okay, I can figure out a way to break this down. So Bulk and Skull, they're at this parking lot, they're delivering tickets, and they're hoping that if they continue to just be just good little cops, that eventually they'll hope that they're going to stumble upon something that is going to eventually give them a bigger case to work on, instead of just doing this parking duty. So Bulk and Skull notice Rocky. Noticing him with a tie and a blazer on. He looks great. His shoulders look freaking huge in that blazer. So evidently Bulk and Skull have never heard of a teacher-student exchange thing going on. So all they see here is that Rocky is walking out of class with all these books that look very unusual for Rocky to be dressing like this, as well as also to be holding these books. So they realize that this could be the opportunity that they've been looking for. And they also assume that maybe Rocky is to have been handed these books so he can cheat on all of his tests, which makes sense, but then also doesn't make sense if you think about it. Like, if you really, like, the guy has to go on and has to read all this stuff. Like, it's not like he's going on and basically getting all the answers by just simply like, okay, the answer of this is A, B, 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 B. Like, but I guess that could be considered in some routes cheating if you get like the cheat sheet from basically a teacher from their books, I guess. But I don't know. So here's a little bit of fun here. So Bulk and Skull are going on to this investigation, and both Bulk and Skull, they're in costume, they're in disguise, they're both to be trash cans, and you're just seeing that they have like these bananas and what looks like crap on Bulk's chest, and they're in these trash cans, and then they poke out of these trash cans to make their way to Rocky's locker. They break into his locker, they get the books, and then they leave. Rocky realizes that he had left his books into his locker, and so he goes for them. As Rocky makes his way back to his locker, he notices that the two trash cans are there. He opens his locker, the books are gone. Rocky makes his way to his class, realizing that he has to improvise. He has no idea what he's doing, as well as also he probably didn't have any time to look into these books to really figure things out. Or maybe Rocky is one of those where he just needs the books to kind of figure it out, and then in turn could just use the books to better benefit him. Whatever. So Rocky is going on and having these beakers or these test tubes or whatever they're called. It's been a while since I've been in science class. I'm sorry, anybody. I want to say they're test tubes, and so Rocky is pouring one solution into the other, and it erupts. Uh, Now we're with Mr. Wilton, and he's wearing a red shirt and blue jeans, and he's in front of the class, and he's to, of course, go on and start answering questions that are for the class. And it gets to a point where people are to kind of be annoyed that Mr. Wilton is responding for everything and answering everything. So they're even telling him, it's like, hey, man, take it easy. Let everybody else start to answer the questions. So Mr. Wilton starts to get upset with everybody, and he even goes on to start telling everybody, hey, stop talking in class or I'll put you in detention. And then, hey, you there. And so he starts telling everybody, like, hey, start straightening up, or say, hey, like, the teacher goes on and is disciplining the students in the class, and he's a student. So the teacher then goes on. I'm not quite sure exactly who this teacher's name is. I didn't do that legwork. Maybe it says somewhere in here. Yeah, I'm not finding it anywhere. We have the teacher that ends up getting so upset with, I guess his name is Wilbur here, but it's Mr. Wilter. She goes on to eventually have Wilbur make his way to the principal's office, and he's in trouble, which is kind of nice to just kind of get rid of this guy because he's being difficult anyways. Now back with Rita and Zed, just having a good old time, just a good old laugh, as now Rito is trying to figure things out, asking what exactly he should go on and do. And he's like, okay, so normally Rita and Zed, they go on and they figure out how to make a monster. How do I do that? So and Rita and Zed is like, oh, like he figured out about the monster part. Wow. Like, no wonder he's our leader now. No wonder he's the emperor. Uh, like, no wonder why they're paying him the big bucks now. Rita goes on and realizes, like, well, hey, like, normally, like, Finster makes the monsters, right? So Rito assumes that he can just go on and yell for Finster and have him come in, and Rito will have Finster make a monster. Rito tells Finster to make a monster, and Finster disagrees. Finster tells Rito that he will not make him a monster, and so conveniently Rito sees Finster already having a monster in front of him, so Rito just goes on and starts grabbing the monster and pulling apart his clay, and he thinks that, oh, he can just make a monster out of this clay. And I thought that was actually a kind of a genius idea for Rito to just actually grab this monster and start just trying to mimic what Finster tends to just do. So now we transition to Rocky and Wilter, or Wilton? I'm getting the names a little confused. No, it's Wilton. And both Wilton and Rocky are realizing that being a teacher and being a student is not quite as easy as they thought it would be, which is kind of interesting to see uh, this kind of approach here. But I'm sure possibly a teacher would be like, man, it's probably a lot easier to be a student than vice versa. Uh, Sadly enough, Mr. Wilton is probably not going to get asked out to the prom here, but hey, maybe he did when he was in high school, so good for him. Uh, yeah, considering Mr. Wilton's age, I don't think he's going to be being asked out to the prom by anybody, but hey, I think he probably went. Anyways, so I'm sure he probably did. How massive this guy is, come on. Anyways, so the two of them have this realization moment between the two of them, and Wilton says how easy it was when he was young, and how Rocky says that his science lab was a complete disaster, and that he had forgotten all of the books. Uh, so back with the Moon Palace, Rito is now upset that everybody is not exactly helping him out. That if anything, they're being more of a pain in his backside than anything else. So there's a realization that Rocky's in the park, separated from the rest of the Rangers, and this could be an opportunity for him to strike. Considering there is a monster still not done, Rito is to just be like, well, what am I going to do now? If anything, the ultimate plan is just to send the Rangers, or just to send the Tangas to attack the Red Ranger and hope that that'll go on and defeat him, considering he's all alone. Here's also the really interesting thing about this episode. While Rocky is facing off against the Tangas, there is suspicions also that the Tangas are looking at Mr. Wilton, and considering he's wearing this red shirt and looking like a teenager, that the Tangas get confused that Mr. Wilton is one of the Rangers also, and they grab and they attack him as well. Which, in all honesty, when Mr. Wilton is at this bench and the Tangas just go right into his face and like, ah, and then like Mr. Wilton gets scared, like that was actually pretty hilarious. I loved that. Anyways, Rocky turns to Wilton and asks, like, hey, you want to go to the youth center? And Mr. Wilton agrees. All of a sudden, we have Mr. Wilton that's kind of looking around, very uncomfortable, as the Tangas seem to be in a tree off in the distance, like, huh? Great, this is awesome. So, as Wilton is to be by the bench, minding his own business, getting a little caca from the Tangas, all of a sudden Rocky is to hear the commotion. Wilton is to be scrambling, yelling, screaming, and Rocky, blazer and all, is to be thrusting his way back to Wilton, thrusting his communicator to let Zordon or the rest of the team know what is happening within this crisis. Rocky goes flying into action as he is to switch into his ninjetti gear. The Tangas are surrounding Mr. Wilton, and Rocky is to eventually go on and try his best to face off against the Tengu warriors. So Rocky did call Zordon. Zordon is going to relay the message to the rest of the Rangers. The Rangers are at school right now, going through the hallway. Man, uh, it is so crazy. Like, I know that the Rangers are wearing a lot of layers right now, but man, the Rangers look in like amazing shape for the like. I know that's I know that's really a crappy thing to say because feasibly, like, these guys should be looking in great shape all the time, but like when you look at them and they're wearing certain clothes, like how they really are just like cut, and you could really see the definition in some of their clothes. Like Tommy right now, like he's wearing this tank top and he's wearing this like heavy white shirt. Like just you could see like his chest, like he almost it looks like he probably even has like six pack abs. But definitely like the chest of and this is really creepy and weird for me to even mention this, but still, like I guess right now I'm just to be a person that's very body focused and whatever on things to be like, yeah, like it is kind of nice to just see people in shape, I guess, and also to try every day and try to be inspiring myself to eventually uh, try to get to a point where uh, I'm trying to get back into workouts, and I'm trying to because really just me trying to lose weight really messed with me a lot, um, because having me lose weight like really hurt a lot of things, really tanked a lot of things, and then also it's just uh, like it was so hard to get to that to weight loss, and it's still just like I'm trying to still get to it. It's so hard. So, and it's just losing effing 10 pounds. You would think that'd be freaking easy, right? If losing so many pounds in the past would have been um, eventually a really good challenge, like, yeah, just losing 10 whole pounds, uh, which I've already lost it in the past. So I should know what I'm doing, right? Yeah, it's not easy. You would think it is. It's not. Anyways, but so Zordon ends up alerting the Rangers of the crisis, explaining about how Rocky is in the park facing off against the Tengus. So Kimberly is to seemingly be separate away from the rest of the Rangers, and she is to also get the call as well. She is to be going on and doing some gymnastics related stuff, and she is to get her communicator from out of her bag and answer the call of Zordon, calling for her Ninjetti powers as well as the rest of the Rangers do the same. Here's where Rocky goes on and gets dogpiled with the Tengu Warriors, and as the Tengu Warriors to be thrusted away, we come to find that all of the Ninjettis in the color coded matching Rangers were all there. All the Rangers were there, even the pink one. Whatever. So the Tengus are very confused about how the Rangers had pulled this all off, or how Rocky had pulled it all off. Uh, so it's camera magic. The Rangers all start facing off against the Tengu Warriors, and eventually there is some tree hopping things that go on here. If anything, very sporadically there is some fun ninjetti things that they do here, but it is very random. Quite oftentimes, most of the ninjetti stuff, it's just them like hopping on top of a tree and then jumping down. Like a lot of like there every once in a while you'll go on and you'll see them do some like weird goofy thing where like I think at one point Rocky goes on and he somehow like disappears into a tree and then he pops his head up like, hey, look at me, I'm in a tree. And the Tangos are like, how exactly is he doing that? And it's just camera magic. and like that stuff tends to happen like every once in a blue moon. Uh, but yeah, like a lot of times it's just very simple. Just it's almost the exact same as if they weren't morphed. So it doesn't really make enough of this Ninjetti stuff probably special. But if anything, also I do probably like the Ninjetti stuff a lot more than the combat that they were doing, because really a lot of the combat was kind of at a lot of points just really like the same old like five moves or six moves or whatever, and it kind of just got very stale to where they would go on and they would just desperately need to use like props in combat, and like things would just start to get stale. So it is nice to have had this Ninjetti thing because it kind of revitalizes the combat. It makes things flashier. It makes things more entertaining. So Tommy goes on and faces off after Rocky after the whole flying tree thing. Tommy faces off against the Tangas, and I thought that they were going to grab him by the arms again. But it seems that Tommy has the ability to go on and get away from the Tangas. Here's Adam and Billy working together again, facing off against Tangas, as Aisha and Kimberly are now doing the same. It's been such a long time since the Pink and Green Ranger, or Pink and Green Ranger, Pink and Yellow Ranger have worked together. It's nice to see this, because I remember when Trini and Kimberly worked together all the time, and to see that Aisha and Kimberly are doing this now, it's like great. Like it actually seems like they're actually are friends, and then fighting alongside one another makes a lot of sense. For how they really are good friends. So Rito comes down and he has the Zed staff. There'll be very few people will come to see in this series that will have Zed staff that isn't Lord Zed. We'll find out that Thrax, I guess, has a copy of the staff, because I think during Countdown to Destruction, I think when Zed turns good, I think the staff does destroy, or it does vanish. If I'm wrong about that, maybe it just falls to the ground. I don't know. I would have to look back at Final Destruction and be sure of that. But Thrax does go on and obtain it, and then he's supposed to be either the fanboy or the illegitimate love child of Rita and Zed. And then Rito is to have it happen here, of him holding it. Rito is to have it. And we'll come to find that in it's either Beast Morphers. I think it's Beast Morphers. The villains of that will go on, and there'll be like a whole treasure trove of villain artifacts, and people will go on and they'll get their hands on Zed's staff, and a lot of people go on and they will be touching it. So yeah, so that'll be like whoever is to hold Zed staff, like yeah, like it's not gonna go on and be uh just a villain touching that. So yeah, so other than that, and then we have of course Zed getting it back in Cosmic Furies and Dino Furies and whatever. Other than that, yeah, I don't think there's any other time where Zed was to have gone on and probably had the shield being handed off into anyone else. But let me know in the comments below if maybe I'm wrong about that. Either way, I'm going to be watching this series anyways, and maybe I'll find that out. Also, let me know what people thought about Thrax from Operation Overdrive, because I'm sure no one saw that show. I shot. Okay, cool. Like, let me know about Thrax. It was also really interesting to see that Thor was to team up with the Power Rangers, Operation Overdrive Power Rangers. Sure, because in space we had the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle crossover. So in Operation Overdrive we have Thor. So is that the only crossovers that happen within the show? Plus, also, I guess that Thor is to technically be an MCU character, regardless of how he looks in the show. So cool. We have a technically comic book character that is to be used in Power Rangers somewhat. Uh, even though technically Thor is just a Norse god and mythology and what have you, I don't care. Thor is Thor. I don't care what variation of him he is. It's still the same guy in some means. Moving on. So it's still a blonde guy who is holding who is to be some kind of North god of some kind. So still Thor to me. So anyway, so Rito ends up having the Zed staff, and so the Rangers are kind of curious what exactly Rito has in mind. So since Mr. Wilton is to be grabbed by the Tengu warriors, Rito just decides to take the staff, point it at Mr. Wilton, and turn him into a monster of all things. There is no rhyme of reason of why this monster is to have been chosen the way it has, as well as also the name of this monster is to actually be Marvo the Meanie. I guess that kind of does really fit Mr. Wilton very well because he is kind of an a-hole. He's kind of hard to deal with. Well, maybe we just haven't really peeled back all the layers of this guy, but it seems that a lot of people have an assumption about him, like I probably do. So, anyways, Marvo here goes on to appear, and kind of a random barrage of just crap that they just chucked all over a monster. Just no rhyme or reason for this. So Rocky is kind of hesitant about the Rangers going on and possibly attacking this monster because Mr. Wilton is possibly somewhere still inside. It's kind of like the conundrum of certain monsters in the past. Because at one point, there would be, I think, God, what is it? The Pudgy Pig episode where there is the pig that turns into the monster. Even then, the Rangers were honestly fairly hesitant about attacking Pudgy Pig because they realized that there's still a pig inside of it. So they were kind of hesitant about attacking Pudgy Pig in the past. So I'm not saying that like Mr. Wilton is the equivalent of pig, but I'm trying to do some comparisons here and helping people understand. Uh, there were also certain times where certain monsters would kind of be playing the fence of good and evil, or some would even pretend they're evil or pretend they're good long enough for the Rangers to be convinced that they are then good. And then when the monster turns on them, they're like, "Oh, I feel so betrayed. How, like, I thought you were a good guy." It's like, "No, I was just pretending." Ha ha ha. And those episodes I think were also really cool. I liked those. I think one ends up happening somewhere in Zeo with the Machine Empire going on and getting a bad guy that pretends he's good and helps out a little doggy from crossing the street. It's nice. So I'm getting very lost in the weeds here. Let's freaking realize that this is going to take 5 hours now. So the Rangers turn and they morph because they realize instead of The strategy being to just defeat this monster, that they're just going to try and slow him down until they can figure out something of how to break Mr. Wilton out of monster. So the Rangers morph, and so Meanie goes on to thrust attack upon a tree as the Rangers just try to avoid him. The Rangers try and grab on to Meanie, and some of the Rangers are telling others to just be careful. So the Rangers try to talk within Meanie, hoping that Wilton will answer, which eventually, through Meanie's chest, he does. Wilton cries out for the Rangers to help him. Help me, Power Rangers, help me. So Meanie thrusts both Tommy and Kimberly away from him. And Billy is even hoping that the monster, or Mr. Wilton within him will hopefully be reasoned with. And again, you guys gotta watch more Terminator, Power Rangers. He can't be reasoned with, he can't be bargained with, and he absolutely will not stop. Anyways. We're getting to a point now where the Rangers are realizing that their hands are forced, and it comes down to the Rangers realizing that they will need to go on and call Zordon to see if they do go on and if they do destroy this monster, that they can separate Wilton from monster. But before that, Meanie goes on and does this attack that all of a sudden turns Rangers into beakers or test tubes. All of a sudden, we find both Billy and Aisha fused into test tubes. Man, this show just loves to turn their Rangers into adamant objects, into things, as I have to go on and say. I think there's a whole video out there somewhere where they discuss how often Rangers had been turned into adamant objects. Man, that would definitely, after this thing, be a video to see. Because, yeah, I have seen so many episodes now where they have gone on and done this. So, and plus, I'm kind of curious if it's going to count. If Kimberly goes on and gets sucked into that jug of that Samurai Fan Man thing in that episode, does that technically count as now Kimberly being an inanimate object? So she is an animate object, technically a jug. So does that count? I'm curious. So shortly thereafter, Meanie goes on and test tubes away both Billy and Aisha. We then follow this up by Rocky realizing that they need to neutralize the monster. And the next thing we see is Tommy, Kimberly, and Atom becoming beakers as well, falling to the ground as their adamant object counterparts after getting blasted. Rocky falls to the ground and no. So Rito goes on to gather up all of the test tube Rangers into this kind of one collector of a thing. And we have Rocky that managed to go on and face off against both Rito and Meanie. It manages to get all of the beakers and test tubes away from them and decides to teleport out of there before both Rito and Meanie team up against him. And so Rocky makes his way to the command center, hoping that Alpha 5 and Zordon will have some solution for him. Alpha doesn't think that he has a way of having anything of knowledge of being able to reverse something like this. So they're still trying to figure something out. Rocky's also asking Zordon if there's a possibility that they can figure out a way to help Mr. Wilton that is captured inside this monster. Zordon explains to Rocky if he goes on and destroys the monster, Mr. Wilton will return back to normal. But if you destroy the monster before the Rangers are changed back, the monsters will the Rangers will remain liquid forever. So what Zordon means by that is that the Rangers have to be freed of their liquid counterparts before Rocky could take out the monster. So what they're saying here is they need to figure out the solution of how to fix the Rangers before going anywhere further with anything. So, and eventually Alpha will figure it out. But in turn, while Meanie is still going on and being a havoc downtown Mangel Grove, I thought there was going to be a point where Ninja appears. Oh no, that's the football episode. I am getting the next episode and this one a little bit confused. My apologies. I was like, doesn't Ninja appear in this episode? I'm like, no, that's the next one. Because there is a point when Rocky goes to the command center with all the footballs and they're trying to figure out how to fix the Rangers in that one too. So I'm like, man, they do back-to-back episodes that are almost identical in too many ways. So that's why I got confused if Ninja appears here, but no, Ninja appears in the second episode. So Rocky and Alpha 5 figure out a concoction as they cross their fingers and toes and butt cheeks to eventually hope that they can figure out a way to cure the Rangers, and they do. The Rangers all appear in their helmet and costume forms because, heaven forbid, you actually have the actors all come back here to have their masks come off so that way you could pay all of them to be here. Right? More than likely, probably for these episodes, they had to figure out how to get all the Rangers to not be here for one reason or another. I always want to have suspicions of when exactly they either had time off, were doing a movie, during any point of this time period. So, like, I have no idea why people were gone when. But anyways, let's move on here. So, the Rangers, when coming back, realized that Rocky, to have gone on and had briefly had that time being a teacher, had really paid off to help them here now. And Rocky is to go on and tell the team that it's time for them to go on and make their way back to the battlefield to help out Mr. Wilton before it's probably too late. They get back the way to action, facing off against Meanie, and here is where now Rito is realizing that since now Meanie is to be outnumbered here, that it's time for him to go on and figure out the next move. Realizing that his monster is probably going to lose here. So Rito is to go on and realize that normally Zed and Rita tend to do the make my monster grow moment. So, but he is to just be like, okay, how is it that they normally go on and they do this? So Rito goes on to look at both Zed and Rita's staff. He grabs the two of them, he puts them in an X formation, and has the magic flow through him. The monster ends up growing and following up by the Power Rangers calling for their Zords. Their delicious Zords. The next thing we see here is the attack going on from the Ninja Megazord with the Falcon attached to its back, flying in, excuse me, flying in, going on and doing the ape punch. And of course, this is to be done that way because, of course, this is to be focused on Rocky. Rocky goes and separates himself from the Megazord and fights Meanie. Here's the thing here. When you look at this, I don't know if it really quite makes sense how Rocky's Zord forms when you look at this specifically, because Rocky's Zord is very massive, but then again, when it separates from the Megazord, like, it doesn't quite make sense of the arm of this to me. Logically, I'm just like I'm trying to figure out like the sizing issue here of how this makes sense, and because it just doesn't to me. But anyways, I just deal with it regardless. So maybe just the Megazord just innate chucks and freaking just grows way larger this day, and maybe that's why the Zord does what it does. But once you see like the Zord dismantle from the Megazord, it just looks weird. So the Ape Zord goes on to attack Meanie separately and attacks it in a way that does go on and defeat the monster. The monster falls and turns back into Wilton. The Rangers rush their way to meet up with Mr. Wilton to find out if he's okay, and he says that that was a very interesting experiment. And so they realize he is all right. Rito tells both Rita and Zed for him to have one more chance at this. Like, well, yeah, like Rito has kind of had, like, he didn't have any idea what he was doing. He didn't really plan anything out. So why not give him another chance to probably see him miserably fail again anyways? But Zed makes the joke. It's like, well, yeah, conquering the world isn't all that easy, huh? Like, you want a second chance? You don't even deserve a second chance. Sidekick, you blew it. That's what Rita says. Zed still says he needs a vacation. Like, feasibly, I would just be like, dude, you could have just left. You could have went to Serpentera. You could have, like, if anything, like, Zed could go on a vacation and then the Rangers could just have some time off. Like, I think there have been times where Zed or Rita would just be gone, and like Golar would take over or someone else would take over. So that has happened. But so now back at the youth center, we come to find that Billy is going to try to break boards, and he does. He does. Rocky comes back to the youth center. Uh, and they start talking about physical energy and mental energy, and Rocky talks about how he had some assumptions about teachers, and he thought that being a teacher was easy work, but he'd find out that it takes a lot of study. Yeah, like it takes years to like learn to be a teacher. Stuff of which that Rocky had no training of within the show. But if anything, it's learning a valuable lesson. If you want to teach in the future, then maybe you need to be more prepared. I think that this could also be a specific episode that could really go on and say it's like, well, hey, if you want to be a teacher, like maybe like for a Power Ranger fan who becomes a teacher in the future because they saw this episode, like it's another one of those where that is kind of cool. How maybe any number of anybody could come to one of these Comic Cons and tell like Steve, it's like, well, hey, you inspired me to be a teacher because of this episode, and that is always kind of probably really cool to probably have Steve maybe every once in a while hearing that. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I have no idea. But anyways, so Billy says is like, well, hey, Rocky, maybe you're actually not the only one that learned anything. Maybe finally Mr. Wilton had finally learned something too. Maybe he learned not to be a dick to everybody. So Mr. Wilton goes on and starts talking about his story about how the Power Rangers had saved him. I don't quite know how even anybody is to actually go on and believe him. But hey, like, I'm sure anybody who's to go on and have this story where it's all in detailed, people could probably believe into that and buy into that story, even though they may not even have had to have been there. But, anyways, uh, so Mr. Wilton goes on and he tells everybody that he'll see them in school in the morning, and the girls are telling Mr. Wilton, it looks like you've gotten pretty popular, and Mr. Wilton is to tell Rocky, it's like, well, yeah, doing this whole exchange thing really did help, like the two of them. And so Bulk and Skull make their way with all the books. Rocky then realizes, like, oh, you are the guys who took my books. Mr. Wilton goes on to grab both Bulk and Skull and explains to them why Rocky had the books and that Rocky had done absolutely no crime. To the point of Mr. Wilson, because of this whole confusion, was just so upset that he went on to break yet another board. In anger. So, Bulk and Skull had no idea about the whole exchange thing, and so they apologized, and they, I guess, had learned their lesson for that episode. Both Bulk and Skull are to tell Mr. Wilton that they'll see him in class, and they start walking off in absolute fear. Mr. Wilton goes on to give him a good old wave goodbye, and credits roll. Here's where we go on, and we see both Bulk and Skull that is giving a ticket to a massive mountain of a man. And he goes on to he looks at him, and Bulk and Skull yeah, let's give him a permanent spot. Yeah, let's do whatever we need to. So, next episode here is the fourth and fourth down and long. And this is the wrong this is the wrong page. This is the wrong thing. Of course it is. Which one is right? Sent it back. Okay. I can remember that one. Because I already said it earlier. I just got the names of the monsters on certain things flipped, so that is what it is. It'll be fine. So now the science lab within school. Alan and Rocky are doing an experiment together. At first, I thought that it was possibly Alan and Billy, but I'm wrong here. Alan will come to find out is actually to be part of the football team, and Alan needs to keep his grades up in order to continue playing football. So that's why we basically get the football monster within this episode. Plus, they just have a weird theme of football anyways. So, Rocky and Alan are doing this science experiment, and Rocky is being guided by Alan of what to do. Alan starts reading things off for then Rocky to take this information and follow up with it. Aisha and Billy are to go on and be behind both Alan and Rocky here, as Mr. Wilton, the guy from the last episode, is to be their teacher here. And we don't have this guy that's very aggressive or very it seems that he's kind of evened out, which is nice. It's great. It's also just kind of cool to see this guy in more than one episode, because I thought it was just gonna be a one-off. I really do like stuff like this where they keep continuity for how I would complain about it so often in other things. Plus, I like the guy. I like this guy. It's cool. Strangely, I like the smaller characters in this show. It's nice to it's it's great to kind of have all these people get work, as well as also to really have the show actually give a crap about there being for the smaller parts to have the principal always still be the same principal, to have Mrs. Appleby always still be the more reoccurring teacher. It's nice to have that consistent flow of things. We always have Ernie. Until the point where it switches to Lieutenant Stone because of the passing of Ernie. Eventually, Richie came in there and then he left. We had Richie, who had Zach's cousin Curtis, up to a point where Zach was no longer on the show, so Curtis became a waste of repetitiveness to be on the show. Anyways, so let's get past this. At some point while in class, they start talking about the football team and how Rocky's uncle is making his way to the school to do a speech. And Rocky is to mention how famous his uncle actually is, and Alan is actually even impressed that Rocky is to know this guy named Joe Healy. But also just probably call him Rocky's uncle anyways, because I probably won't remember this name at all. Alan mentions how Rocky's uncle is a professional quarterback, and it makes a lot of sense for him to make his way and doing all these speeches, and probably to have been part of this community and lending his time to these schools is really cool. So Rocky's uncle is Uncle Joe. Rocky ends mentioning that his uncle ended up doing a lot for him as a kid. So here is actually something of backstory that we get from Rocky. It took us 3 seasons. Well, it took us so many episodes, let's say, because he wasn't always here. But it took us so many episodes to finally get here where not only Rocky from the last episode is to really give us something good here, even though, again, it feels like he's getting replaced. We have Rocky that is an actual person. He exists. Wow. He's to be really the very last one that they do any backstory really of. But thank God they actually do it. God dang. Like, it seemed like Aisha, she, like, had a whole... Like, she had a best friend, she has family, like, everything. And then Adam, he has his heirloom story. Like, now finally, finally they do something for backstory for Rocky. And that's nice to see. So, here's where Alan goes on and guides Rocky to this science experiment. And it goes horribly awry. The mixture is being put together, starts to smoke, and Mr. Wilton tells the class to leave the room because there is danger in line with these chemicals. Rita is to look on and realize that the brats are at it again, and there is to be some kind of chemistry problem, and Rita is to ponder the question, why can't the Rangers be defeated? And Finster has gone on to make a magical centipede monster, or a magical centipede. It looks like a rubber lizard thing. I have no idea what this is. So that Finster seems to have in his hands. While that's going on, Lord Zed and Golar are throwing back and forth this football. I have no idea how Golar and Lord Zed are throwing this football back and forth and catching it. Can they even effing see? How does their hands work? How are they even able to do this? I ask you. But anyways, they're throwing it back and forth, and I'm like, wow, this is quite a sight here. I'm fascinated by this. And I want a real breakdown of the actors talking about this scene. Legit how it was done. Maybe what happened is that they told the costume guys, okay, You stand here. You stand here. If you can't effing see anything, just throw it to a direction, and we'll call out when it's in the air. So maybe they practiced it. I don't know. I know one point, uh, Brendan Mejia talked about how he was behind the scenes and he was just kind of waiting uh, to have his scene be getting done, and he was just kind of waiting, and he was with Keeper, and so Brendan and the Keeper were just kind of playing like patty cake or whatever, and he ended up getting in trouble on set because like, hey, you're honestly messing up the guy's arms, so yeah, maybe not do that. So it's like, really, come on. Are they really gonna see that on film? Anyways, I know at one point in the Power Rangers Turbo movie, uh, Jason David Frank's arms was like just covered in dirt to hide his tattoos, which is stupid. But like, I guess that's just a cheapo way to try to hide his tattoos. Anyways, the football ends up falls into the ground, and mixes with the centipede monster. And here's where arrives Centiback. Zed basically ends up falling on his ass, and Zed looks up at Centiback and is like, okay, I guess we easily are to go on and get a monster for this week. On the shoulder pads of this monster, it ends up just saying the word legs. It is honestly surprising that this monster does actually have an English word on it. I would assume that it probably would go on and have a Japanese one in it, or maybe they had to repaint some of this monster. I don't know, and maybe that's why it just says legs on there. I have no idea. Anyways, you would have thought that they would have just covered the paint of whatever the Japanese thing was, because obviously this is original footage. This is not something that was just Sentai footage that they just dubbed over. No, this is original footage. So this monster is to actually be there, which is interesting. Because Lord Zed, original character. This new Rita, original. Finster, original from the show. Goldar, like, I'm kind of like, it seems that there have been several iterations of Goldar, so I'm assuming they would have had to have gone on and made an original Goldar for this show. As far as probably the head, because at some point the neck part was like missing, so they probably did have to go on and create a whole new Goldar just for this show, and that's why it looks so different quite often throughout the show. That it's not consistent whatsoever. Anyways, center back has a football with him, and so Rito is to go on and ask for center back to pass him one. Center back goes on and throws him the ball. Rito catches it and becomes a football himself. Zed thinks that it would be a good gag to play around with Rito's ball, so they start just chucking him around. Eventually, Rita will reverse the spell, turning Rito back to normal self, and Rito will be like, I'm so sick. Like, let's throw around so hard. So we immediately come to find that as soon as somebody is to be hit with this football, that they will turn into one themselves. So eventually, when Sintabak goes on and does these extra points and these these Hail Mary bombs and stuff like that. That's what is to all eventually follow up with, is having the Rangers being turned into footballs, which actually really good. Really liked aspects of this episode. So now Bulk and Skull have made their way into the school, curious about what had happened in the classroom, and Bulk and Skull is to go on and ask who is to be possibly responsible for this, and come to find out, it seems that if anything, Alan could probably feel the most responsible out of anybody, just because he made mistakes, just because he has problem reading because of dyslexia. But it really was an accident. So the flames had gone on to stop. Mr. Wilson has to say to all the students that they can go back inside the class. Bulk and Skull state that they're on some celebrity detail at this point, and Rocky's uncle has made his way into town, and that's what Bulk and Skull are going on and doing currently. Rocky is a little concerned that his uncle is being protected by Bulk and Skull of all people, but there's not much else he can do about it. So Aisha and Billy are to go on to realize that Alan had mixed up the chemicals. And Billy is to state that while looking at Alan's formula, things have gotten reversed. Alan's confused and to realize that he is to have reversed things. Billy is to state that Alan is to have read things backwards. Yeah, I really want to say that at some point I did probably review this in the past, so if I have, you could probably check out the review. This review has probably already gone on far too long anyways. So, Alan says that that must have been the actual cause of the action, and Mr. Wilton chimes in here to tell Alan that Alan needs to get his grades up, and that Alan will soon need to be suspended from the football team because of his poor grades. Alan turns to Wilton and says, like, well, hey, but the Big Stone Canyon game is coming up. And Rocky tells Mr. Wilton, it's like, well, hey, like, if I can teach Alan and, like, kind of tutor him here, do you think that there's a possibility that we can go on and kind of not quite have Alan be taken off the football team just yet? That if anything, like, I can teach him and we can figure things out. To where Mr. Wilton at least does go on and agree to that. So Mr. Wilton says to Alan, it's like, well, hey, yeah, if I can see that you are doing an extra effort, like, I'm willing to give you a chance. Which is really nice on Wilton's behalf. So Rocky and Alan are out on the outside door or outside portion of the youth center, the juice bar. Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to still think if there's like a technical title for the outside wing of the juice bar. I'm trying to think if there's still, like, I think there was at some point in the wiki or something, but People would have to let me know in the comments below, because I'm sure people will go on and maybe correct me with that. That's okay. Like, if anything, the way I'm describing this, people could probably understand what I'm talking about. But regardless, there's always technical terms for all this stuff. I'm gonna make little mistakes every once in a while, say things the wrong way. There's some times where I'll be corrected 30 times if I pronounce something wrong. I make all kinds of mistakes, as well as also uh, blabbing out this now. So, anyways, let's follow through here. Rocky goes on to ask Alan here, you know what, Alan, you seem like a smart guy. Why is it that you have so much trouble at school? Alan says that I guess he really isn't good at it. Ever since he was a little kid, he just hated reading. There was a problem with numbers and words that always seemed to trick him. And even the times in which that he would write things down, like writing things down, didn't help him either. That eventually words would trick him then too. So Rocky admits that his uncle in the past would have a very similar problem. And maybe if the two of them had met together, that they can easily figure out a solution that could help Alan be able to not only improve his education, but then also like not be an exact cure, which I think that's kind of what it seems that this does. To be a way to train Alan here to in a better way to be able to read and to be able uh, to not be tricked by numbers and letters, so that way he can go on to have the best education possible. So maybe he could go on and have. I've always to have wanted to assume that maybe like glasses always, but that's my just dumb speculation because I don't know enough about dyslexia or anything like that. So I apologize if that is to be my stupidity of whatever. Um, but also I kind of look at like the movie Major League, where Charlie Sheen is to have times when he can't read things, and so they assume that he needs glasses, but that's kind of different from dyslexia. So yeah, that's what I was trying to think there for a second. But I was like, yeah, I don't think glasses like in reverse. That's completely different things. My bad. Anyways, so Alan is hoping if there's a possibility that they can catch Rocky's uncle. Also, there was even uh, a time where Rocky's uncle was going to do a talk, and both Alan and Rocky, considering they were studying, they missed it. So both Rocky and Alan are rushing with their things, and they try to make their way to Uncle Joe. Bulk and Skull are also rushing to make their way back to Uncle Joe, and they tell him how they're going to rush him back to his hotel and get him out of any harm. Bulk and Skull also ask Uncle Joe for an autograph, and Uncle Joe looks at it and is like, these are parking violations. I'm not signing this. Uh, Here's where Centeback appears and says, welcome to the big game, sports fans. Bulk and Skull look at the monster and they start freaking out like usual. They start. Uncle Joe goes on and is to look at Centerback. It's like, hey, what is that? And Bulk and Skull relay to him that it's a monster. Alan and Rocky, just in time, make their way to see Bulk and Skull turning into footballs as the Centerback goes on and kicks the ball to thrust into Bulk and Skull and have them turned into footballs. Followed up by Uncle Joe also getting turned to a football himself, and then Alan after the fact. Rocky now left all alone with footballs a plethora. Uncle Joe gets turned into a football because Uncle Joe was trying to protect Rocky, and Uncle Joe grabs the football to protect Rocky, and he in turn football. So Rocky morphs to face off against Centerback, and Centerback takes Rocky down. Rocky and Centerback continue to fight here, and Rocky calls upon Zordon for an assistance, telling him that he's under attack at the football field, and Zordon ends up stating to Rocky that he will alert Alpha to call the rest of the Rangers to assist Rocky. Interesting bit of thing here. Centerback ends up saying that Zordon is the worst coach in the universe, which I thought was a funny line. So here's where we have the rest of the Rangers all flipping and flying in here to make their way to Rocky. They end up asking if Rocky is all right, and they thrust their fingers into the way of Centerback to tell him that he should be prepared to get sacked. Yeah, because I'm sure he's going to have a huge sack. So, Rita and Zed go on at the Moon Palace, and they realize that it seems that Centerback is a little bit outnumbered on the field, in much more sports terms here, I guess. So they're going to be calling to the bullpen. They're going to be getting some relief pitchers. I don't know. They go on and they call for the Tangas. So the Tangas all appear right next to Centerback. Rocky alerts the Rangers to be leery about the Centerback and his football. That if the football is to go on and touch them, the Rangers are to turn into footballs themselves. Pointing to the footballs that are to be over there that were to have gone on and been Bulk and Skull, Alan, and Uncle Joe. Horrible Uncle Joe. Is Rocky going to turn into Peter Parker? Not my Uncle Joe! Rocky's going to have to learn great power and great responsibility. He will avenge his uncle. Gosh. Let's go on here. Centerback says, okay, the second strings have arrived. So it seems that both Tangas and Centerback, as well as the Power Rangers, all get into almost a 3-point stance. Well, no, yeah, they do get into a 3-point stance. If anything, they're like quite a bit of yards between one another. But yeah, they get into a 3-point stance in the way off distance of one another. It honestly just looks kind of stupid, but so they're gonna have to legit. They're gonna have to just push off just to run, just to smack into one another. doesn't quite make sense. So here is the interesting thing. Centre-back does go on and give the one of the Tangas a football, or the football. And when the Tanga does touch the football, shouldn't that have Tanga have turned into a football itself? That's what kind of bothers me. But then also, at some points we do have the Tangas that do set up the centre back for his extra point. So again, the Tangas should probably have gone on and turned into a football after the fact, but they don't. So uh, I'm trying to figure things out here of how is it that Tangas aren't affected, but Rito was, and how is that different? Anyways, centre back goes on and starts tackling Rocky, Adam, Aisha's plurals. There's so many Aishas here. Centre back gets the football, and the Tangas are to go on and grab onto all the Rangers, holding them in place to where the centipede can now go on and start kicking and throwing the ball at all the Rangers, turning him into football. The very first guy that centre-back goes after makes the most sense because Tommy sucks at football. We're back to that old chestnut. Yeah, there of course is to be obviously the episode of, I think, the Rhino Blaster episode where Tommy kicks instead of tackles. So, and eventually there is a football theme going on there. So if you guys are to go on and just like a football themed episode, you may also like that episode as well. At least time to go on and reference it. I should have gone on and probably done it earlier, but I had forgotten until now. Because I knew that this was going to come up about the whole Tommy getting hit with the ball thing. And then, like, plus also the Charlie Brown thing where Lucy ends up setting up the football just for Charlie to go on and take a good old freaking fall in the dirt. You're going to hold it, right? Yeah, sure I will. I will. This time you're going to do it, right? Yeah, I will. Every time. So, centre back goes on and hits Tommy. He's like, oh. Suck it, Tommy. So next up, don't count on completing that play, says Billy. Here's where we go for the extra point. We get the kick, and it lands. Billy goes, oh, yeah, he ends up getting freaking. We really have to overact and over exaggerate these people getting hit with these balls. We really do because it just looks interesting. I like how they really like the impact, but I'm sure they probably do get really drilled really hard with this ball anyways. Probably. So Billy's down for the count. Both Adam and Kimberly separate from the Tangas and they notice centre back, so they rush their way there, flying into the air, hoping to try and go on and stop centre back. Yeah, centre back is going to go on and thrust his delicious balls into both Kimberly and both Adam. But here's what happens here. So, centre back goes on and hits Kimberly. The ricochet of the ball goes from Kimberly and then also hits Adam. So, Adam gets hit just by ricochet. If anything, I'm to just be like, Adam, just really? So that was a little dumb. And then again, the Adam football is black and gold and it's also white. So wrong colors. I'm sorry. Maybe it was supposed to be white, but then maybe there's so much dirt or they didn't paint it properly. That could be the case. I have no idea. It looks gold to me. Also, if you guys really need some costume ideas for Halloween, all you would need is just Rocky's full-on costume and then just a lot of footballs that you can paint certain colors, and bam, you have an idea for how you can cosplay as a Power Rangers episode. Man, I wish I would have gone on and actually had a football that I could have just photoshopped and painted over, but I don't have one. Plus, I was also thinking that I probably should have, like, it's lucky that I even have a baseball, let alone uh, have a like football and whatever available. I was even hoping that I'd have a basketball somewhere, and I don't have one of those. So I probably could get like a silent basketball and get one of those. But like, really, all of that just for basketball, like it that doesn't feel worth it in my opinion. So Rocky and Aisha are realizing that Kimberly and Adam has gone down. Aisha and Rocky are the only players left on the field here. And here's where we go on and we start to have Rocky, who is tackling his way through all these tangas. And here is, of course, where Aisha is giving Rocky, like, if anything but a cheerleading thing. Hey, Rocky, get him! Yes! What is this bullshit? Aisha, like, come on, like, go with Rocky, help him out. These aren't the days when, like, Jason would go up against King's Fence and you would think you'd have a good chance. Or you would have Kimberly, who's going up against the monster all alone and just bow and arrow defeats it. Yeah, those days seem to be long gone most of the time. Yeah, occasionally there'd be Tommy who could defeat 4 monsters at once, but that seems very random or very lucky now that that's going to actually happen. So, uh, maybe there was the one time Billy uses the blade blaster and defeats the monster, but it it's it's it doesn't seem to be always consistent. Let's say that, at least to protect myself. So as Rocky makes his way to Senta back and ends up getting taken down by him, Senta back gets back his ball to thrust his way into Aisha's vicinity as she woes her way into getting hit in the chest. Rocky thrusting out his hands. Aisha, step aside. It's too late, Rocky. It's too late. She turned to a football seemingly a coffee break ago. You should have already known it was coming. And so the next thing we see is Aisha turned into football. Rocky is now just so distraught. He's so just, he's the only one left. Surrounded by Tengus and surrounded by Senta back. Senta back is a state that is now halftime, and it's like, wait a minute. No. Like, finish the team off. Don't call for a coffee break, Senta back. You're not Aisha. Senta back goes on and tells Rocky that it seems that his season is over. Rocky calls for Zordon and states that he's the only Ranger left. And so Zordon does the classic thing of Rocky, make your way to the command center. Sent it back hoping before Rocky teleports out, he can throw one more last ball. By the time that he thrusts the ball, Rocky teleports out to safety, and Centeback realizes that all he's left to do is hit the showers and make his way to the locker room. Rocky makes his way back to the command center. Rocky realizes that he's left alone, and there's a possibility of a chance that the Rangers will be completely defeated because Rocky's so low. Here's where we then go on and we realize that all the footballs that are to have been of all the Rangers have some kind of energy wave to them. And there's a possibility that they can probably reverse the energy wave of the footballs to turn the Rangers back into Rangers again, to reverse the spell or break the spell or whatever this is. And Alpha is to go on and report to Rocky that Centerback has taken all the footballs and moved them to a certain location. They realize, or Zordon and Alpha realizes that Rocky will have to go on and go after the footballs, but he will not go on to them alone, because we of course have to remember Ninjor is still an active roster bench warmer, but still he's there most of the time just for the Megazord battles, it seems. Man, they always use their extra Rangers very poorly in the show. God, you know what? Tommy in MMPR, when he was the Green Ranger, eventually they just used him for the Zord aspect of it, and that was it. Any and so like Ninjor has kind of almost most of the time broken down to be that, except for this specific episode. Rocky is going to use Ninjor and have him as an assistant, have him as help. So here's where Rocky turns to Ninjor and he yells at him. Ninjor, the other Rangers have been turned into footballs. We have to rescue them. And Ninjor is like, football's my favorite sport. Also, home runs, baskets. So, Alpha goes on to give both Ninjor and Rocky equipment to be able to stop the centre-back. What does Alpha give them? Alpha gives them buckets. Buckets? Really? This is stupid. So, I would have much more, well, I guess you probably could not have had just like a net, right? Like a net probably wouldn't have worked, right? Yeah, I guess. Because maybe you could have gone on and had it be like a bull riding thing where like the centre back could go on and could tackle, try to tackle Rocky, and Rocky has the net like a Toro thing, and when Rocky could capture the centre back, then Rocky could use another net and grab the football and put it in it, and then I don't know. I'm just trying to think here of a thing where it's not a bucket. But either way, it looks stupid either way. I wish that they could have gone on and even like, could they have worn gloves? Cosmetically gloves could have been something. Anyways, so Ninjor and Rocky make their way back to action as they meet up with Centeback. Centeback has the footballs all surrounding him as we would consistently go on to have both Rocky and both Ninjor needing to go on and watch themselves as the ball starts to fly. Rocky first goes on and grabs the football into the bucket, thrusting the football with the bucket back to hit the footballs that are to be Bulk Skull, Alan, and Uncle Joe, having them come back into their normal human forms. Immediately, Alpha goes on to teleport every single civilian back to a safe distance, back to the football field, so that way they can be safe away from danger. Shortly thereafter that, Ninjar goes on and catches the second football. He thrusts the ball back to then have it to make its way close to the Rangers' footballs. They have to kind of Photoshop or Photoshop. They have to kind of CGI the football going on and being in just the vicinity of the other footballs. So that way it makes sense to where it looks like it works. Honestly, couldn't they have gone on and just continued to just try to throw the football to where it would hit the other ones, and that makes sense for how it has them re-come back the way they're supposed to be. Just like, that's the thing about this show is they go on and they have, I don't think, a lot of takes for what they do. Or also, there are certain things that they realize that a lot of people are going to go on and make a lot of mistakes of. So there are times when they end up doing like the morphing dance. In Power Rangers SPD, like there is at one point where they honestly had to zoom in on one person. They had to crop the scene out because they had the whole team morph, but accidentally someone had dropped their morpher. So they had to crop the scene just so that way they would not go on and have to reshoot this again. Come on, like, how about you just do another take? Just another take. Like, all you have to do is just do a morphing sequence. Like, you would not think, well, one of the Yellow Ranger from Lightspeed Rescue, she had mentioned when she was doing the morph alongside the guy who is the Red Ranger, Carter. I don't know what his actual actor's name is. His real name is. She had mentioned how like there had been so many outtakes of them morphing because of the dance that they would have to do, and she was going on and she was trying to figure out the dance, and Carter was going on and trying to like time it for her. He was trying to get the tempo of how they were supposed to do it so they can both do it at the same point, as well as also like she was just trying to figure out like how it was supposed to how they were supposed to do it, and like she was like messing it up, I think. I don't know. I don't remember their morphing. It's been a while since seeing Lightspeed Rescue, so if anything, that morphing sequence looks complex as F. I don't get the morphing sequences in the show. Why they would go on to make it so complex in the show, because it's a morphing thing. It doesn't matter. But I get it. It's a flashy dance of a thing that Super Sentai did, and so Power Rangers would do it also. But it still bugs me that it ended up being such a complex thing, and that's what's to be the more frustrating thing about the show is just why didn't they simplify the morphing sequence? Because if you think about it, everybody in the Brother has to go on, if especially if they're a fan of this, they have to go on and do the morphing sequence themselves. There's a number of people on YouTube that Brennan Mejia just did it, and he does it backwards. What a wild idea! But hey, he has that talent. Um, Austin St. John and Walter Jones, they did the morphing sequences of most of, I think, most or all seasons, and they had trouble even figuring out stuff like Power Rangers Zeo, and Austin St. John was a part of that show. And he was like, yeah, like we did this, and yeah, like plus like they Austin St. John shot that so many years ago. How is he going to remember? Um, Even Walter Jones says to Austin St. John, "Is like, well, you did this show, right? Like, how is it you don't know?" And he's like, like, if anything, I just had, I just had the staff. Like, I had the staff and morphed that way. Uh, there was no real dance that he had to do. But then again, for him, like he had to kind of just do this, and like that was it. Like that's all he had to figure out. Like there was no like Z05 red thing that he had to do. I actually did have the when I was a kid, I did have legit the Zeomorphers. Oh my god, was that honestly like kind of like I was always worried that I was gonna break the Zeomorphers because of just like I was worried that I wasn't doing the dance correctly. And like now we have like YouTube. Like if I wanted to figure out how to do the morpher, like I'd actually just figure out when the show is on and watch the show and then be like, okay, like when are they gonna morph? So I can just see how it's done. I'm like, oh yeah, they do it that way. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I know how they morph now. So like, and then I got it to where I got it like perfectly to where it hit every single time. And I'm like, okay, but I'm still worried that I'm gonna break this effing thing. And because you gotta get it to where it's like perfectly in line. And also, while I'm doing this, I'm probably maybe offending somebody by doing whatever this is. I don't know if that's could be some offensive visuals to anybody. Moving on, probably going to be way over 4 hours now, because we're almost to the very last episode. As well as also, I made a bit of a mistake here. So the Rangers are all back because I took too long talking here. They were back for 4 years now. So as the players regain the field, meaning Power Rangers, both Ninjor and Rocky are both happy by the success that they have had with these buckets. To then turn around and have rescued both Rangers and civilians from football, or from footballs. Delicious balls. Rita and Zed are to now go on at the Moon Palace to realize that the Rangers are all free, and I think it's about that time to go on and get their staffs into an X formation to have Centibac become gigantic. Centibac goes on and attacks the Rangers, and the Rangers all start to call out for their Zords. I think here we also do we have the Centibac that goes on into a weird weather thing here? I think he ends up calling for some weather attack of some kind. If not, it is kind of unusual how the Power Rangers are now calling for their Zords, and it's starting to snow. I don't know what that was about. So, but it actually was kind of cool how all the Zords are actually getting called, and the snow continues to follow within the scenes the way it does. As well as also, while the fight is going on, the snow is also happening as well. So, oh wait, In the Great Escape of Bukala episode, the Rangers go on and they say how Angel Grove does not snow that much. Lie. We again have Angel Grove and it's snowing for some reason. So it snows in Angel Grove. Probably doesn't snow that much though. Definitely doesn't snow as much as Minnesota. I'm sure. It's California. It doesn't really snow that much, right? Anyways. So as Centerback is to be growing very gigantic and massive, we have Ninjor that follows up to do the same. Ninjor fights off Centerback as we again have Centerback that makes, of course, Ninjor angered because he's a guy that rides on a freaking cloud, but just don't make him mad though. So the Ninja Megazord is to be called upon here, and both Ninjor and Ninja Megazord go on to their seemingly attacks and take out the Centerback, having Ninjor by the end saying that they had gone on to beat this monster. They did it. Because of course we'd go on to have the monster, the ape, the wolf fists, and so on and so forth. Here is where Zed and Rita turn on Finster and complain that he is the fault for all of this happening, which really isn't true. It really comes down to Finster having this seemingly centipede, as well as also, in turn, Zed had the football. So really, it's the fusion of honestly two people's problems, or two people's stupidity. The next thing we see is the youth center. And the Rangers are talking about the weird experience that they have recently just had. And here is where Rocky ends up coming in with both Alan and Uncle Joe. Rocky's to go on and explain to the team that Alan, it seems with the help of Uncle Joe, has figured out a way to come up with the best strategy possible for being dyslexic. Good for him! Woo! Yeah! Beat it, Alan! Whoa, yeah, you do it. I don't know. Alan did a thing! Woo! Whatever. I don't know. Yeah. Alan beat it off. Beat off all that dyslexia. Just beat off that dyslexia. Dyslexia. I can even say it. I don't know. We're towards the end here. We're at the 9th inning here. Let's get past this. So we all of a sudden have Lieutenant Stone with a football of his own, making his way to both Bulk and Skull. And as Bulk and Skull are to look at Lieutenant Stone football, they bizarrely assume that Lieutenant Stone's football is the exact same football as Weirdly Centerbacks, and that they should be in fear of it? Either that, or it seems that just Bulk and Skull are to just be afraid of footballs because of what had transpired within them recently. So they're just afraid of just whatever is to be the crisis that is to have occurred upon them that day. So as Lieutenant Stone is to be thrusting this football into both Bulk and Skull's face, they are to get ever more so frightened. To the point where eventually Lieutenant Stone is to be giving Bulk and Skull this ball, and they end up kind of going on to fumble it, so to speak, to then have this like bowl of fruit that goes on and hits Bulk and like splatters upon him, where it's like, oh, and the rest of the team all look at Bulk and they all laugh at him, and uh, oh, I seriously thought I seriously thought that was going to be the end of the episode. I was like, oh yeah, this is where they should just roll credits, right? No, they continue on, and so the Rangers are to go on and ask Uncle Joe or Mister Healy, what exactly is Alan suffering from, and they end up saying that it is a learning disorder called dyslexia. Yeah, there is a wide barrage of different numbers of just learning disorders. Like I am to have gone on and had a simple learning disorder where I am to go on and see things or to understand things better more visually than like reading a book. Like there would be times where I could go on and like read directions if like the visuals were there, then I could really much more understand it. But if it's just a book and there's no like I could probably figure out like step by step instructions, but still like it is very difficult. So yeah, there are times where feasibly uh having a learning disability like that is kind of hard, but that's why I've kind of gone on and leaned on to more movies and shows and stuff like that to eventually be able to like learn history and learn all kinds of things and stuff like that. Even though a lot of people are like, oh, well, that's just lazy. You can just grab a book. I'm like, I'm not going to retain anything from that. I'm not going to get um, the best out of stuff like that. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you, or I hate uh, to say that it's like, oh no, like to me, it's not being lazy. It's just the best way I can learn. Um, so yeah, so that is what it is. So and Joe just goes on and just talks about Alan, about how he interprets numbers and letters and how it's a little different than other people, like basically going on and explaining dyslexia. Alan goes on to say to the team here that Joe has gone on to be able to figure out a way to help him, and that also Joe is going to say it's like, oh yeah, and he won't uh quit the team either. So everybody's like, yeah, good for Alan, yeah, woo, and that's how they end up the episode. That's how they end the episode. Credits roll. So uh the end credit scene has sent it back, and he's just kind of going on and just kind of doing these weird kind of football things. I'm like, man, it honestly must be a pain in the ass for costume guys to have to do all of this extra stuff that they don't even use, that they don't even use in the show. Uh, but like, also, I guess that it also just gives people a lot of experience doing this stuff, on field or on field experience. I don't know. I guess anybody who actually does costume work or actual stuff for movies and shows would probably have to lend your experience stuff to that. I have no idea. Let me know in the comments below. If you're something more than a cosplayer, then let me know in the comments below. Also, I would love if I could have ever figured out how to just be able to interview a person who is to have been a monster on this show. to just be curious about how things worked, especially if it's in the earlier seasons, because in probably the later seasons they probably had like the coolant suits and stuff like that. Um, where in the early suits, I'm sure it was just like they were sweating like buckets, and like the guy who played the very first original RoboCop had like 9 hours to get into his costume, and he would talk about how he had claustrophobia, but also he talked about how he was just sweating all the time in the costume and how he had lost like tons of weight by just doing the costume and tens of pounds at it. Yeah. Uh, I would just be mortified by just like, oh my God. Like, I'm sure this guy was always severely dehydrated. Severely. But anyways, let's get to this last episode. Stop the hate master. I thought it's stop the hate monster. Stop the hate master? Is it master or monster? That is such a. Maybe it's a typo. Is it a typo? Maybe it is hate master. Good grief. Anyways, so Aisha and Kimberly make their way onto this list after it is to seemingly be posted. Kimberly finds out that she got in, and then in turn, Kimberly looks for Aisha to find out that she's not. Kimberly thinks, for Aisha's sake, that it must just be some mistake. And uh, and Aisha is to think that there is no mistake, that if anything, there's a lot of people who are hugging one another, and so Kimberly is saying like, well, hey, I'll go in and I'll talk to Veronica, and like I'll see if I can get you in, or I can just see what happened. So Aisha leaves, and Kimberly immediately goes on and says hello to Veronica. Veronica tells Kimberly that Kimberly is now a Angel Grove member, whatever that means, or Angel Girls member. My bad. Kimberly immediately asks Veronica why is it that Aisha is not a part of the club, and Veronica's like, "Who? Aisha Campbell." Veronica says that Aisha doesn't fit the qualifications of this club. If anything, I would love to just give Veronica a big old fat bird right now. Would you like some qualifications? Take a big whiff of my qualifications, motherfucker. Veronica says to Kimberly that their first meeting is going to be tomorrow afternoon. To do what? I have no idea what this club is. Kimberly makes her way to Aisha, and Aisha states that Veronica hates her. Aisha has no idea what exactly she has done to not qualify for this club. And Aisha just assumes that Veronica has it out for her. Kimberly has Aisha just scoot over on the machine that I'm sure doesn't really have much space for two people, but F it. Let's have the two of them just sit together. Uh, Kimberly goes on to tell Aisha, well, hey, as far as the club is concerned, if you're not going, I'm not going. So the next thing we see is Moon Palace. Zed looking at the just painting of a moon, or painting of a moon, painting of the earth. Man, these paintings, they're crazy detailed for this show. Anyways, Zed is to go on and find out Aisha's predicament. And it gives him an opportunity to think about something for them to do. Rita is to go on and remind good old Zeddy that it's to actually be their anniversary, and she's hoping that Zed will give her a present. Asking Zed if he has forgotten about their anniversary, which of course, Zed is to state, hey, I'm going to give you the best present ever. The Power Rangers defeated and destroyed. Where immediately Rita is to go on and laugh, like, yeah. Rita is to have possible future Goosebumps, not the book Goosebumps or the show or movie, that Jack Black thing. But if anything, Rita is to go on and be curious what exactly Zed has planned in store. Zed's plan is to create a hate monster. So it's not master, it's monster. That title is bullshit. It probably is also hate monster on the description also of probably this episode of Tubi. So the only thing that probably got it wrong is probably just the show. I have no idea. I'll have to figure that out. I'll have to look into it. So, because I saw a good chunk of it, but at some point it was cut off. Zed's big plan is to turn the Rangers against one another. It doesn't really seem that they exactly turn against one another, but it's kind of close. It's close enough. They turn against Zordon, so I guess that's kind of a turning point. The next thing we see is the Rangers trying to paint an area to remove all of its graffiti. I'm honestly curious if they actually had to legitimately find a place that had a graffiti, or they just had to paint graffiti and then repaint it. That would have sucked. Uh, and Ernie is there. Freaking Ernie, yeah. It's been a while. Bulk is going on and having this weird headset on him, and he's calling for Skull. Because the plan is for them to try to go on and figure out who is to have graffitied this area, as Tommy is to go on and wonder the same thing. Skull is to be at the youth center, and he's underneath the table of which that are to have the women who are having their meeting, Veronica's club meeting. So Skull makes his way from underneath the table to say hello to Bulk, and Bulk it seems, or Skull it seems, is to have his headset not be working. He goes on and he pulls, God, what is it? The Steve Carell did the remake of it, the Get Smartphone. He ends up getting his shoe that looks like a phone, and he puts it up against his ear, and he is to call Bulk, and he answers to him, and that was kind of just really fun to see a reference of Get Smart in the show, because he legit had a foot phone. Anyways, Kimberly makes her way to the club, and so Kimberly asked Veronica what exactly she meant that Aisha didn't have the right qualifications. And honestly, honestly, Veronica telling Kimberly, it's like, well, hey, you got in, so if anything, you should probably figure it out what the qualifications are. But Kimberly says that Aisha is her friend, and Veronica is like, well, what do I care? Veronica says that this club has a certain status to be an angel girl member, and that the girls have to come from very good families. You mean very good families, is what you really mean? Uh, Here's also really something interesting here. Skull is to be right underneath the girls, and while they're moving, they step on his hands. So he's like, it's it kind of reminds me of like the seems like old times where Chevy Chase is to be underneath the bed, and at one point he gets his fingers kind of caught, and like he's trying to be like tempted to just take his other hand and like hit the person on the foot so he can free his hand, but he's like, I'm so tempted, uh, but he stops it, and then he just continues to let his hand just continue to get crushed. So yeah, so we find out that yeah, the qualifications are how much money her dad has, and if his dad if her dad has a very good job, a very good job. And so evidently Aisha does not fit the qualifications because she's just not good enough. Whatever. So also, Kimberly, the only reason why she had gotten in the club is because her mother had gotten into also. So Kimberly's legacy, if anything, Kimberly didn't really need to try to work at all hard to be in this club because she was an easy in. So Kimberly says if this is the way that Veronica is going to go on and run this club, then she is out of it. Because we assumed that that was going to happen anyways. Bulk makes his way to the table, sits down, and is to go on and ask Skull if he has gone on to find anything yet. Because they're trying to figure out who the graffiti bandit is. And since they have not yet gone on to find anything, that they're just going to have to work just a little bit harder. Bulk states that they're going to have to work so hard that it may just kill them, but they want to find this bandit. And my phone is probably going to die. Great! Fantastic! We're only 4.5 hours in. I wanted to get as close as I could at 4 hours, but we're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost home. So here is the goofy thing that Finster has to give to both Rita and both Zed in this episode. Finster comes up with this weird bit of magical seeds that he gives to both Rita and Zed. I just don't understand why we have to go on through the legwork of having these seeds to eventually then have them become a monster in this episode. I just don't get why the randomness of this crap. So maybe it's a part of the Sentai footage. I don't know. But either way, it just really doesn't make sense. So Zed goes on and is to be like, okay, well, because Finster tells him that he needs to go on and just throw the seeds onto Earth, and so Zed goes up like, okay, the wind up and the pitch. So Zed chucks the seeds down onto Earth, and they make their way there. So Rito complains about Zed's gift, about how it feels fairly cheap, but regardless, it may be the thing that defeats the Power Rangers, I'm sure, for this time around. So, but Goldar says in response, at least Rita is to be lucky to be getting anything at this point. So Zed and Rita start to go into this dance, and they make their way into doing this weird, unusual spell of things. Then the hate master or monster is to go on and appear to wreak havoc upon town. Aisha and Kimberly have made their way to the outdoor section of Youth Center or Juice Bar. Kimberly breaks the news to Aisha why exactly Aisha was not going to get into the club. Because of her family not being rich enough. Sorry, I hate to break it to you, Aisha. Yeah, a lot of times it just comes down to that freaking money. Just does. Sucks. But what can you do? Sometimes, yeah, like if oh well, like just brain farting already. It's like Kimberly when she had lost so much sleep. I'm like, what am I saying here? So yeah, so like I think also when you're a teen or you're a kid, unless your parents go on and consistently tell you uh, that they're always tight on money, which like my mom would go on and would tell me an exhausting amount of like, yeah, we don't have money. It's like, well, yeah, I understood that. I never tried to end up asking any of my parents for anything. Like, yeah, there are times in high school where like I wanted to at least like try out for sports or whatever, but eventually I wasn't really good at them anyways. So it was feasibly just like, well, uh, like eventually when I got to like my junior senior year, like my parents sat me down and they're like, yeah, we're not gonna have money to be able to like have you do any sports at this point. So I'm like, okay, all right, fine. Like it's not like so. I honestly kind of came up with a reason because it was a feasible one, anyways. That my knees weren't that good at that time. Like my knees were really bad during this time, and I've worked on them. Like, well, how can you really work on really not the best knees, but um, like I've strengthened them for years of time, and really like during that time, I would just be like, yeah, my knees are bad, so I can't play football and whatever. Because some people were going on and just consistently asking me, it's like, are you sure you're not gonna play football this year? I'm like, no, yeah, my knees are bad. Yeah, I can't play football. Sorry. Like, I would get that question all the time, And like it would kind of get to the point where I just wanted to also just say it's like, you know what, I just suck at this anyways. Why does it matter? I'm not really good at the sport. But anyways. So there is always a reason why you're not good enough at something. And a lot of people give you so many reasons for it being the case. And sometimes you just want to do it out of just pure spite, anyways. Or you want to go on and find what is best for you. And maybe for Aisha in this episode, she could have just made her own club. She could have made her own club. Well, she already has like a fight club going on, basically with being a Power Ranger. But yeah, um, she could have just made her own effing club. Who cares? Anyways, pushing on. That's probably what she'll probably end up doing in the story arc of this. She'll make her own freaking club. So Aisha goes on to say that she has a nice enough house, but it's still all ridiculous. But Kimberly at least always wants to be honest with Aisha, to tell her the truth. And we also end up getting with the, like, who thinks money makes you a better person? Ouch. Yeah, like I question if I'm a good person, and regardless of financials, like that always is a thing. Um, so yeah, like that statement doesn't matter either way. So Kimberly definitely told Aisha, it's like, well, yeah, considering those people judge people, there's no way I was going to be involved in that club. So plus it totally being uncool. Totally. Uh, uh, so Aisha says that that means a lot, and that she's gonna go on and go to her grandmama's, her grandmother's, because she's in town. And Kimberly's like, "Oh yeah, I always ever wanted to meet with your grandmother." And Aisha's like, "Well, yeah, I promised I'd spend time with her." And the two of them hug, and Aisha leaves. The rest of the Rangers make their way in, and Kimberly breaks it to the rest of the team what had happened to Aisha. How the Rangers realize that, yeah, no one likes to be rejected or brokenhearted or any number of other things, right? I'm sure, just rattle off any other resume of things of or whatever of what that matches with. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm just trying to get through this last episode. Uh, Zed is to explain to Rita his final phase of the plan. That Zed must obtain something that the Rangers have touched so the hate monster can absorb it. Then he'll cover those pests with it and destroy them. And then the Earth will be theirs. So, pushing on here. I have no idea what's what. So, the Rangers are going on and they're talking about Aisha not getting involved in the club and how it's so unfair. And here's where the Tangas face off against the Rangers here. And the Rangers all go on and they morph into their ninjetti forms. Rocky goes on and faces off against the Tangas, followed up by Adam. We see both Adam and Billy, because again, we're still at this Billy and Adam phase now. They're going on and they're doing their backflips, and we have where both Adam and both Billy are doing strangely this, whatever this is. We're giving you a good old one. We the ones. We'll come to find that both Billy and Adam here disappear underground. The Tenga is not quite sure exactly where the Rangers are. All of a sudden, we'd come to find both arms of Billy and Rocky surface from the ground, grabbing the Tangas, confusing them, and then having the Ninjetti, both Billy and Adam, attack. Tommy goes on to face off against the Tangas, all while Kimberly is to go on and be thrown by one of the Tangas, and Tommy catches her. Tommy goes on to say, "Hey, I got you." And so we then have the combination move between both Tommy and Kimberly is strangely like Kimberly is like on top of Tommy's like shoulder, and just the way that she's positioned, and then the weird finger bang move that they go into right after this. They do this weird, like, they combine their fingers, like, together to do this, like, weird finger bang move. Like, whatever the heck this is. Yeah, I'm gonna give you one of these. I'm gonna give you one of these moves. How is that fighting? How is that combat? What the is going on here? So, Tommy and Kimberly do the finger bang moves against the Tangas to like have this kind of concussional blast thing that thrusts them into succumbing to the attack of whatever the heck this finger bang thing was. Aisha, separate away from the team, has made her way to her grandmama's. Both grandmama and Aisha hug. They hug it out. And grandmama goes on to tell Aisha how good it is to see her. The grandmama is to know Aisha and is to know immediately that she is somehow upset. Aisha goes on to explain what has been happening at her school and not getting into the club. I just like pronouncing it club that way. I know some people may find it already annoying, but I don't care. I find it funny. So Aisha goes on to explain this club at school didn't let her in because of their family not being able to have money, and the grandmother goes on and makes this kind of very nice bit of statement here. It's like, well, do you really want to be in a club like that that treats people that way? Aisha says that it does hurt her feelings for people to go on and do stuff like that, and it kind of upset her. Grandmama goes on like, well, you've got to be strong and confident inside and rise above it all. Small minds and all of that. So here's where Grandmama goes on and gives Aisha a gift, which I'm curious if beyond this episode, Aisha actually does go on and keep it past this. It's not like I'm ever going on and seeing Adam that has that lantern ever again, or it's not like I'm going on to see that Kimberly has that mirror that she had gotten from either Tommy or Billy in any other episode, even though she has a mirror that she carries along with her everywhere, right? So Aisha is to open this gift to find this amazing, cool looking heart necklace that her grandmama had given her. So if we were to have Adam, who is to have gotten an heirloom from his family, in turn, Aisha is to get one from her own, because this is a generational necklace thing that is to be passed down specifically to Aisha. Grandmama tells Aisha whenever you're feeling down, you'll have this to remind you how much I love you. And remember, love conquers all. Even in this situation where a hate monster is to be wreaking havoc upon your town, love will conquer all. Yeah, this amulet thing or this necklace must be some kind of weird amulet thing that bizarrely works for within this episode, that I assume has some kind of magical properties that is to be a love conquering all thing, even against hate. So that is pretty nice. Luckily, Aisha got that at the perfect time. Hey kids, speak to your grandmother. Maybe you'll go on and you'll avoid being succumbing to the hate monster. I don't know. I don't know. Speak to your grandmamas. Sadly enough, most of mine have passed away, but maybe you can see their graves. That's horrible. I don't know. Do something. In all honesty, like for my grandparents, we really had a falling out at some point. I don't want to get into that. I really don't. But yeah, so for me, there's a little bit a different story for that. But if anything, I'm lucky and I'm blessed to have family members still in my life, parents still alive. So I'm blessed for that. I'm lucky for that. If nothing else. So moving on. The Rangers are on the field, ninjetting it out, as Babu and Squat are on the field. Babu and Squat are going on and using devices and things to be able to siphon off the ground of which that the Rangers have walked on, so they can turn around and use it for the hate master monster man guy. So because Lord Zed had gone on to call for Babu and Squat to do so during the early parts of this episode, which I kind of forgot about. Tommy goes on and notices Babu and Squat, but it seems that by that time there's nothing that he can go on and do about them, because he gets distracted by the Tengu Warriors and we have the Rangers that are trying to figure out what exactly is going on, and they think that they should also maybe contact Zordon to try to figure it out. Then they go on and they spot the hate monster. And they no longer have their ninjetti powers on at this point. Squad goes on and gives the hate monster whatever is from that device, and has some unusual red ball of glow. So the Rangers all get their fists out as the hate monster goes on and gets his spell out. The Rangers are all to eventually to sooner or later succumb to seemingly these red bits of dots that are all above them. And Alpha, while at the command center, is telling Zordon that she's getting, that Alpha is getting a high reading of hate dust. So that's what that is. That's what those weird red ball things are above the Rangers. They're called hate dust. Or hate particles, because Zordon calls it hate particles. Zordon tells Alpha that they may need to contact the Rangers before it's too late, before they completely succumb to the hate particles dust. And it seems that Alpha is having a problem reaching them. The Rangers are forcing their hands into their faces or ears and so on, and it'll seem soon that. And also, it's kind of interesting how this hate monster is having this bit of rhyme. I weirdly like how monsters, when they talk, they have weird rhyming things. I always like that. It's kind of like Pumpkin Rapper. Like Pumpkin Rapper, I think was the first part of that, and then it started to seem every once in a while that they would bring the whole rapping idea in or rhyming idea in for monsters, and I think that's always a cool idea. Even though a lot of people would be like, okay, that like why can't the monsters just speak normally? Because whatever, it just seems easier to just fit the dialogue in. But I don't know, it just seems kind of fun. So mm, so the Rangers, after finally succumbing to the evil hate dust, their communicator watches go off. Tommy is to answer his communicator, and Zordon alerts Tommy that they have been attacked by the Hate Master. So it is Master. God dang it. God dang it. So Tommy tells Zordon that he's tired of his orders because no one really cares. Billy goes on to state how all these people around him are to be intellectually challenged, which means they're not smart enough for him. And Kimberly turns to Billy. It's like, oh yeah, good one. Man, we always have Billy that has to have, like, to use the intellectually challenged thing or the intellectual, like, and that always makes Billy way different than everyone else. Adam turns to Rocky. It's like, hey, what are you looking at? Rocky's response, yeah, you! Sick burn! Rocky, sick! Sick! Vicious! So, now we have Zed and we have Rita here. Red and Zeta going Red and Zeta. Zed and Rita, god dang it. They're going on and realizing now that it seems that most of the Rangers have all succumbed to the hate monster. That now everybody in the world will go on and be miserable. And Rita is to realize that this is the best possible present that she is to ever go on and receive. And this is to also be followed up by the two of them putting their wands into an X formation and making their monster grow. The monster is to, of course, go on and become massive, and Alpha is to be alerted that the, of course, monster has grown massive, so it's time for, of course, both Zordon and Alpha to call upon Aisha, who's going to be the only willing ranger to answer, even though, of course, she's with her grandmama. So, but of course, Zordon gets Alpha in the case to contact Aisha immediately, because that's the only person left that they can turn to. It seems that Aisha and Grandmama are going on and looking at a photo album. As the communicator goes off, Aisha explains to her grandmother that she had set an alarm. And grandmother goes on to explain to Aisha that it's like, well, that's okay. We can visit sometime much later. Aisha goes on and takes the call to Zordon. Yeah, it is Hate Master. They keep saying Hate Master. I messed that up. I'm sorry. I think at one point, yeah, they did in the early parts of this say Hate Monster, so I got that confused. So Zordon is to explain to Aisha how the Hate Master has poisoned the minds of the Power Rangers. And Zordon believes that the Rangers will all hate one another. And Aisha's hoping that there's a possibility that there could be a way that if she comes in, maybe she can convince the Rangers, maybe break the spell, maybe get a dinner and a movie. So, Aisha, of course, is to be prepared to be teleported to the Rangers' location. Adam and Rocky are face to face fighting it out of who's going to make me. Who's going to make me? God, 5 hours in. Ugh. What? Uh, because Rocky says, "Get out of my face," and then Adam replies with, "Who's gonna make me?" They're not fighting yet. Like, if anything, they're supposed to turn against one another. They're just bickering at one another like little biddies. I'm gonna have to probably even pause here because this is freaking out right now. Um, Aisha arrives just in time to relay to the Rangers that they're under a spell. Let me pause here for a second. So Aisha goes on and tells the Rangers that they're under a spell, and the Rangers go on to tell Aisha like, "Hey, shouldn't you mind your own business?" And says that everyone's a joke. And all of a sudden, we come to find that the Rangers have broken away from their hate monster's ability to force them into becoming these people that hate one another. Oddly enough, I'm not quite sure how exactly this works, but supposedly either the spell like doesn't last very long, or also maybe Aisha maybe having her necklace may have some kind of way of breaking the spell from memory of probably watching this at some point before a long time ago. I think the necklace does come into play somehow. The last thing that the Rangers remember is fighting Tangas, so Aisha doesn't want to waste any time considering these guys are out of the spell now. It's time for them to all morph, and get their Zords to face off against the Hate Monster. Rita is freaking out, assuming, because Moon Palace, assuming that her president is going to be ruined, assuming that the Rangers are going to figure out a way to beat the Hate Monster. And Zed goes on to explain to Rita all that he needs to do is just give the Rangers another extra dose of hate, and they'll be fine. So the Rangers' Zords are to all be separated, and the hate spell upon Hate Master is to be hate dusted about again. Coming to then have Kimberly state that she no longer wants to man her Zord. Adam says that he's through fighting this guy, and Aisha is like, what the heck is happening? Tommy says that he's bailing out of this piece of junk, and Billy says that he's out of here. Hate Master goes on to state how the Rangers are it's all visible about how the Rangers are feeling miserable. The Rangers all follow their Zords, they demorph, and we now have the Rangers stating how Zordons or they feel like they're Zordon's little puppet. Aisha is trying to convince the Rangers to listen to her, and no one quite understands what is really going on here, and that they're all under a spell. Kimberly tells Aisha to stop whining, and they're all too tired to listen to Aisha. Aisha is trying to convince all the Rangers to make their way to the command center, hoping that Zordon will explain to them what is all going on, and for them to be convinced to change their ways. So the Rangers all make their way to the command center. Tommy goes on to state that he's tired of wasting time fighting Zordon's battles. Adam is tired of doing Zordon's dirty work, and Kimberly is calling Zordon Gramps. Nice. Kimberly is saying to Zordon that there's no way that she's going to be talked out of this, and Billy says that he quits. All the Rangers teleport out of the command center, and Aisha's the only one left. Aisha's going on and asking Zordon how exactly she has not fallen under this spell yet. Zordon tells Alpha that they probably need to do a diagnostic or scan on Aisha to figure things out. How is it that she has not fallen into this spell, not only once, but now twice? The problem that Aisha may face here is that the Rangers are going to go on and eventually turn upon themselves and destroy one another, if not destroy the Earth. And this is all at the mercy of Zed and Rita, or and that Earth will be at the mercy of Zetarita if Aisha doesn't come out of way to figure out this. And then we go on to the to be continued, and we finish up this review finally. Oh my god. Whoo! Yeah. Um, this kind of sucks because what happened here is when I was to pause this, because there was nothing I could do, Facebook kicked me out. So I paused this here, and then when I came back from unpaused, yeah, uh, the video stopped because there was, of course, this video was too long, and so now I had to restart it. So once I finish this, I then have to then turn around, and I need to take the time to fuse both this clip and the 5-hour clip together. And I'm like, oh my god, is that even like storage wise? I'm thinking like, how is this going to work? I think I'll have enough storage. I think I'll be fine. But either way, I'm just really worried if that's gonna how that's gonna work. If you guys see this eventually, I guess it will have worked. It's gonna probably take for freaking ever. But I'm trying my best to do this footage. This took 5 hours to do. God dang it. I miss the videos when it would only be like 3 hours. How did I get it to 3 hours? Man, oh yeah. The reason why it probably took 3 hours is I never did the episode things. I never went into detail about the episodes, and I had less notes in the beginning of everything. So that's why it got cut down really to 3 hours. At least I'm consistently doing it at 5 hours. At least I have that. Uh, Whatever. I'm just. At least I care. I really, I really do care, but really, it's just no one's gonna care about the length of these videos. But uh, thank you for watching any portion of this at this point. Um, I don't think that anybody will probably ever make it to the end of these things, but at least maybe people will watch the beginning of them and maybe get a good laugh out of it. And I hope in a good way. uh, but anyways, goodbye everybody. Thank you for watching this because eventually uh, I'm gonna just try to keep doing these things and then see where they go. Yeah. So goodbye everybody. Goodbye everybody.